What's good,
Fuck Spider-Man.
everybody?
Fuck Spider-Man.
What's good, everybody? What's good, everybody? Listen, we're here with Daze, our boy
What
from
up?
DZ TCU. But listen, he's not just another YouTuber, man. This guy is our brother, man. Brother from another.
Mm,
And listen,
mm.
we go way back. We used to be roommates, all three of us. So show us some love. Show us love in the chat. Show him some love on his channel. I dropped that in the description. But yeah, we're here to talk of some Spider-Man Brand New Day because this is what we used to do in our old crib. Me, Days, and Chris would sit down. We actually watched all the Marvel stuff, got all up to date, and every time a Marvel MCU movie dropped, we would go to the theater and watch it together and then discuss it. If you go back to, we might have a channel out there, if y'all can find it, man, where we discussed Black Panther and Avengers and all that stuff. We discussed Galactus. We discussed a lot
Okay.
3 and W. But we're here to talk about Spider-Man, man. But before we go into that, Days, how you doing? Chris, how you doing today on this weekend?
Great. I'm doing great. Definitely excited to have this conversation with y'all. Getting back into this type of environment, type of podcast. Because there's definitely some interesting things going on with the MCU. So, yeah, I'm good.
All right,
I've been,
Chris.
I've been, I've been, I watched Spider Man 2 days ago.
Wait, are you muted or did you go out? Cause can you hear him?
I seen Spider-Man
I
2 days
said,
ago. And
I saw
oh,
Spider Man 2 days ago, and I ain't talk about that motherfucker since. So, you know, I'm ready to. I'm like Bishop in that last X-Men episode. I'm ready to explode.
Niggas backed up. All right, listen.
Where's Polaris at, nigga? Let me blow my wad on that green haired bandit.
shit.
But
That nigga
yeah,
had to show
man.
off for that green haired bandit, nigga.
For real.
Oh
No, for
man, all
real.
right. So listen, I haven't talked to anybody either, but like I mean, I mentioned the little things with my brothers. You watch it after the show. I watched it last night. Dave, when did you watch it?
Mm. The midnight premiere, so that was technically Thursday
Thursday.
at like
Okay.
10:30 or whatever.
All right,
Yeah.
I saw it Friday night. So you and Chris saw it earlier than me, but I haven't really got to really dive into like why I have my feelings for it. So how about this? We're gonna start like this. We're gonna start with Days. You give your takes on the full movie. I'll start with your, out of 10
Well,
rating.
well, well.
Wait,
That's what I was just about to. That's what I was gonna say. Because I
Right.
was anxious when he went to go see it. I damn near double text that nigga. I said, "Did you see it? Did you like it?" He was like, "My bad. I was just a bad." So I'm like, "Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad." so we
After a
finally
movie like that, you gotta have a good ending.
when we finally linked and text, I did the same thing. I said, what was your score?" So I don't know if y'all already talked. I want Chidi. I don't Chidi. You get Days score. Days, give your score right now, so Chidi can then
so
and
he
we'll
so he
bounce
told he
off each
told you
other
the
like
score?
that. He told me his score. So when
Oh, okay.
he
So you
told me
talked
his
about it.
score, I mean, he gave me a little sneak peek though.
Okay.
So he don't know my score because I
Okay.
don't think he saw our podcast.
Okay.
So you,
Mm.
Chidi, know my score.
Okay.
I know Days' score. Now, Days, you reveal your score to Chidi.
Nobody knows mine.
Yeah. So like
Okay.
nobody know my shit. Yeah, no, yeah, for just a blank, 1 out of 10, I'm a pretty, I'm not necessarily like a, you know, what do you call it? Like just like giving out high scores or giving out low scores just based on, whatever, right? So like Spider-Man's definitely one of those heroes that are in my top echelon of MCU characters. So, I wanted to give it as hard as a critic as I would have gave an Iron Man movie or an Avengers movie to that point. So yeah, after like immediately after the movie, I definitely thought it was definitely a high like 9.5 ish, right?
Uh-huh.
after kind of really getting into some of the like exiting the hype fucking post nut, I definitely dropped it back down to a good 9 with some conditions.
Okay.
Some of those conditions will be what they do, and we can get into all this and stuff, but what they do with Jean, okay, what they do with her depends on whether that goes back to that 9.5 or just stays at 9. Um, and if they can kind of continue what they're doing with the big green, you know, and
Listen, man.
and
This is all spoilers. So yeah, you
Bro,
can say what.
that's a lot of conditions, bro.
No, no,
no,
no,
that's two.
no. Is there any more after that?
Um, no.
Okay.
Actually, yes. If they do if they do just do one more thing with the beginning, like I don't know, 10 to 15 minutes of the movie, where sorry, yeah, I don't know if we're already telling spoilers or not.
No, this
I
is
didn't know.
all. Listen. If you guys are watching, anybody watching this, this is a spoiler review. We will be spoiling the movie here. Like we are
Mm.
not here to hold back. So if you haven't seen the movie, stop watching this now. Go watch it. It's on Twitter for free if you really want to go watch it. It linked the
On
whole
my
shit.
on my soul.
I already watched it twice.
On my soul. I watched it about goddamn. I'm like, I missed that motherfucker.
Yeah.
So, but if you want to go see it in theaters, come back here and check our stuff out. But yeah, Dave, we're spoiling that shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then so the last third condition would have been just the time skips on
Okay.
the first like 10ish minutes of the movie where he's kind of just doing a lot of his boss fights or whatever. If they end up, and this is kind of what we can get into, but they end up having a TV series of a Spider-Man or something like that where they're actually just showing that in more depth or whatever, that would also make that movie, a 9.5 a bit more.
I don't think you're gonna get
All
that.
right, so Chidi, go ahead and give your rating
No, no, no. We're
of
gonna
the
go
movie.
Days, you, then me. You go ahead.
Right.
Well,
And then
so
Days. Once you get the ratings out the way, then I want to get Days' full review. Like, and then we'll bounce off each other after that and freeform it.
so my rating when I first saw it was my rating when I saw it was a 10. And I gave it a 10 off the pure base of the emotion of the writing of the movie. Right
It was
now,
good. And
throughout
performances were good too.
the perform, but so I try not to spoil things when I was talking about what I was watching from New Rockstar.
Uh-huh.
I don't know which scene it was, and maybe it was the scene on the rooftop because that was the only scene that would like to me that they had. So Tom Holland was an executive producer on this movie. Like he had a lot of input on this movie, and also while he was shooting his previous movie with Christopher Nolan, he brought some of that stuff back.
Okay.
And in a particular, they didn't spoil it when they heard about it, but I'm pretty sure we'll get it now. I got it from New Rockstar. Shout out to New Rockstar. Tom Holland and Zendaya, there was something in the film that just didn't like. It was written and they couldn't get what they needed out of it. You know what I'm saying? So he went to the director and they brought in a new writer and they rewrote that and worked it out and worked with Tom through that. So for me, the intricacies of the writing was important. So I tried to like really pay attention to that, and the emotion of the movie struck, whether it was the emotion of Peter growing, right? Whether, and so to your point, Daze, the first 10 minutes, that quick montage was 4 years in the making, right? That was, you know what I mean? So I appreciate that they gave it some time. Now, granted, they probably could have gave it a little bit longer just to give a feeling of what what some of those characters were or who those characters were. But to me, I really like how they fast forward to get us to present day, right? Because with that, we was able to get everything we needed out the movie, right? And for one thing that I needed to know who that hooded figure was and why that hooded figure was there. That was chef kiss for me.
Okay.
The way that they presented her, the way that they presented a sliver of a backstory, the way that they gave a slither of what that person could be and what it can grow into, I was like, okay, and to the green thing, that monster. When they gave us Savage Hawk, all veiny, all 8'5", and he said, "No banner, just Hawk." I was like,
So let me ask you, you said 10 out of 10. Is it still 10 out of 10 since you've had a couple days?
I think that the to Daze's point, the caveat that I probably will have in the future replay value. I think is really good. I think the shots were really great. The suit was good. It was pragmatic the way that he wore it, right, and everything like that. The swinging, right, was
Oh
really
my
good.
God.
This, like, you know what I mean? Like, it was really, really good. What I would
The
say is
camera angles they did were amazing. Like I'm a camera
I
angle guy, and whenever he was upside down, we were upside down. That shit was fire. But no, I don't want to ruin. You know, let me finish
no,
your
it
take.
was
My
fun.
bad.
I think the only thing I really need to understand is the spell. I need to know how it really works, because in some of the dialogue from that scene I was talking about up top, when it was Zendaya and Tom Holland, I heard something. And I don't know if it was true. I don't know if it was like real. I don't know if she was just speaking. But when it was said, I was like, hmm. And then at the end of the movie, when it happened, I'm like, okay, so like can it break? Can it be
Okay.
broken? And I'm like, I need to know if that's real or not.
So,
I need to know if that's real or not.
if so, a lot of what you guys are saying is that it's like the rating is contingent on something's happening in the future. So
Yes.
yeah, so to you it is a 10 movie, and there's also a caveat for you, and it stays
Yes.
a 10 or not.
I think the caveat of
Is the spell.
if they cannot have continuity with the spell, then I will feel hurt investing myself into the multiverse
Okay.
storyline. And it
All right.
starts with him. You know
Okay.
what I mean? It starts with Far From Home, needing him to, my identity, my people are hurt, May's dead, and Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 2 saved me from making a devastating mistake from killing Osborn and everything like that.
Yeah.
So when I'm telling Strange, yes, just do it, and he fucking doesn't, he closed the incursions up and nobody remembers him, I need to know, is there something that spiritually or magically can break it? Because again,
Okay.
Ned got a little magician in him. You know what I'm
All right.
saying? So that, you know what I mean? So
Maybe there's something you can do, man. All right, all right. So you got a 9.5 contingent, and a 10 out of 10 contingent on a couple of things and how things go in the future. My rating is not contingent on anything other than the movie itself. I gave it a rating based off of what I saw, and I have my reasons for why the rating is what it is. I want to preface this by I love the movie. I love the movie. I get why people are rating it so freaking damn high, and I'm with all that. Like, and I see that. But my rating is a flat 8 out of 10. Flat 8 out of 10. A lot of it has to do with how Jean Grey was used. And I want to tell y'all, I am a,
what?
I listen to me. I'm an X-Men comic reader. I am a X-Men fan. And y'all know, because y'all live with me, I'm waiting for the X-Men in the MCU because I know it could be, oh my God, it could be so true to form to what I read in the comics. This representation of Jean Grey makes me feel like, to me, I'm not going to get what I want from the X-Men in the MCU. But it may not be a bad thing. Put it that way. I'm not, it might. I think they're gonna go off the fucking wall. They're gonna take a lot of risk because they took liberties with Jean Grey. Let's keep it a buck. Jean Grey's character in this movie is the villain. She is or if you want to call her a villain, you want to call it, because my brother's like, oh, she's not a villain. She did it because of her sister. I don't give a fuck. She did some fucked up shit in this movie that Jean
What
Grey
she
wouldn't.
do?
We'll get into it. We'll get into it. But she did some.
Yeah, she just possessed a little bit of soul.
Yo, and to me, and it's hard, and I don't want to blame that and say that ruined the movie because 8 is still good. 8, I still like the movie. But I gotta say why I'm knocking it down from like what everybody's saying it's like the best Batman movie ever.
Go ahead, so I can rebut
They
it.
they
I'm gonna
put
mute up. Go ahead.
they put the future at stake with Jean Grey because Jean Grey is like the heart and soul of the X-Men, like really. And for her to be this vindictive to me is uncharacteristic of the Jean Grey that I've read and I've known growing up. So much so that she needs to be redeemed in some facet, which could be a good story. But to me, this role is perfect for a Rogue or perfect for Emma Frost because their story is that of redemption. Their story has always been, I'm willing to do certain things that may not be good because I feel hurt, because I've been hurt in my past. And that's never been Jean Grey. Jean Grey has just always been the person who's trying to not harm people with her telekinetic powers. She's so careful with that and so concerned about hurting people with her powers that she can also shelter herself from people to not do that. And that's why she seeks help from Professor Xavier, and they have that type bond because they're both telepaths, and he needs her help to control her powers. It's never intentional that why she uses her powers to unless it's like where she needs to. She's so careful about not going into people's minds because she understands it's an invasion of privacy. That's in the comics. She understands that it's an invasion of privacy. It's an invasion of their sovereignty and their rights as a person. But in this movie, she was doing it willy-nilly, all over the place in everybody's mind. Shit, raw dog in everybody's mind. And then on top of that, she threw a nigga into oncoming traffic. Jean Grey would just never do that, even if she's hurt. She's not the type of character to do that. She also manipulated Spider-Man by making him believe that his woman remembered him on that ledge that they were on that building, and it was.
They could have just fucked right there. That would be crazy.
Oh my god!
Would that have been Jean for real? Or
that is one of that's so, that
because Jean promiscuous. She'll give that thing up, boy.
That's so.
Jean to get that thing up, boy.
That's so evil, though. Like making Jean Grey the villain it's a bold take. I respect it, but for me, who's been waiting for the X-Men, it does make me feel concerned and maybe a little bit like I'm mourning something that I never had, which is a pure Jean Grey.
But why? Okay, so my thing is, okay, so I'm sorry, a pure Jean Grey does nothing realistically in an era where our baby face need to have somebody, because if you're a baby face if you're a pure white meat baby face, the masses turn on you in wrestling terms. Jean Grey being a pure, like, I don't know how to use my powers. Man. I'm scared to use my powers. She comes up for somebody so powerful. The way you describe her, she pussy. You need a powerful person like Jean Grey.
But that's part of her story. Level, she grows into her power. Like that's what her story arc is not let me just do evil shit.
Can she grow another? You're saying evil stuff. First and foremost, what she did, you call it evil. That ain't evil. My mom gave me and my brother up and we orphans out here. And the DCOC or DCOs, whatever the fuck them niggas call it, damage control. If they come and snatch me and my sister up in the park, and I'm left dolo, and the only thing my sister can tell me while she getting zapped to death is come find me.
Yeah, VMAX, yo. That's
If bro,
crazy.
I don't really know if that's a, I don't really know if that's a villain.
That's what my brother said too. They said they're saying
Like
that she's not a villain.
I don't.
To me, that's maybe not be the villain to you guys, and I get it. But she's 100% the antagonist. There, Spider-Man is completely at odds with her the entire movie. The main antagonist to protagonist, which is Spider-Man, is Jean Grey the entire
But that,
movie.
but that's fine as a, that's a fine for me writing, again, from my point of view of not anticipating something. So I'll take it from your point of view. For me, the real antagonist was when Spider-Man was like, he lied to me. Right? Once he found out that the organization that he has been working for, once he found out that the organization that he helped uh tame this girl who was not the antagonist, right? Once he found out who the real antagonist was, we flipped the script. And I think that third act of the movie was really powerful. That third act of the movie, to your point of when Peter, when you just said an invasion of privacy of entering the mind, Peter say, you've been wanting to get in here, you can do it. Go ahead, you have my permission. And once she goes into his mind, she's there. She gets what she needs, and what she really needed was empathy. What she really needed was somebody to see her. What she really needed was somebody to be like-minded of her, to understand that I am not by myself, albeit that I am by myself, right? And if you look at all the protagonists in this movie, Frank Castle, Peter Parker, and I'll put Jean Grey in there. The reason why I call them that is because they were pushed to a brink to be by themselves to then go do what they're doing. Right? If you look at Spider-Man almost got his ass hemmed up too when he blanks out and almost killed Scorpion. That ain't Spider-Man. That's not, he not only did he try to kill Scorpion, he took out a police officer, a cop. And in that scene, she's like, you better get this shit together or I can't defend you no more.
Uh-huh.
And Spider-Man real in that moment, which was the Jean Grey moment, okay, the only person I got on my side is this person. So I got to figure something out. Jean Grey right now is understanding, okay, I have me and I got at least somebody that I can depend on. Let me go try to figure this out. I think to your point of her becoming who she's always been in the comics will come as she now she's going from a teenager to a young adult. She'll be able to cultivate the things that's necessary for her to be the woman and the ace and the because she'll be able to now talk to people like, I've been where you at. I know what that anger is. I know like she'll be able to be really her getting to Logan.
But to me, that's
in the
not
future is going.
to me that's perfect for Rogue. Like Rogue's literally a villain in the comics when she arrives. Literally, that's perfect for Emma Frost. She's literally a villain. Like if you're even in Emma Frost is a telepath too. It would have been so much better for her to be in this role. To me, you don't gotta force Jean Grey into this. Jean Grey has never been a villain for Spider-Man in the comics ever. So this is to me is like as much as they did a comic service with some of the imagery, they didn't do it justice when it came to the plot. For me. But yeah, Dave,
Yeah,
you go.
that's
Okay.
what I was gonna. That's what I was gonna get into a little bit. Like this movie, and that's kind of either what I was either trying to say. I know we had like a little conversation on like what we predict this movie can be, or what the MCU could do in a better aspect of it in the future. And I was kind of saying like if they just start combining things, like not necessarily following the script of the old comic, storyline, then they just either make their own MCU story and kind of just again throw in whoever needs to be in the movie to actually produce a better story. So yes, to that point, I do think this whole new story that we've never seen ever is cool. I think they have potential, but like I'm saying, yeah, if Jean doesn't get her shit figured out with what her character, that actor, I don't know, like she's already young, like I'm
Yeah.
kind of over the whole, young Avengers or young, stars that are coming into the MCU. So like that's another, aspect of like next time we see her, is it going to be a time jump? Is she going to be a little bit more older, whatever, as a new actor, whatever? Can that actor really do the Jean Grey that I'm looking for? We'll see. I don't think so right now. Even if they do a 5 year, yeah, if we do a 5 year time skip, then
I
What
think
we'll
are
we
you
see,
What are
might.
you
whatever.
looking
But
for?
uh,
What are you looking for, if you don't mind me asking?
yeah, I don't know if you've seen the X-Men movie, and I'm just gonna put this into a quick little, box real quick. But the X-Men movie where they were all kind of kids, Cyclops had like this like laser hula hoop situation going on.
Is more
There
Havoc?
was I think so. I
That
can't
was his
remember the
brother.
movie's
Yeah,
name off the top of my
that
head.
was first class.
First class, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need a first class for the main MCU or for like
Okay.
the main X-Men. So I don't want to see
Okay.
Logan like, like as a teenager, you know what I'm saying, type of situation. Like
Logan 200
yeah,
years
just like
old.
how
You
they
ain't gonna
brought,
see him. Yeah.
Frank.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need to see that because if Jean is this young, then Cyclops would also be that young. Then so on and so forth. Beast Boy or sorry, not Beast Boy, just Beast. He's we've already seen him, so it's kind of we get little nitpicks of things here and there. But anyways, um, this story, I don't think you can give this story to Rogue just based on Rogue's abilities. Whereas it's a little bit easier with Jean. I definitely think that yeah, Emma would have been a better telepath to have this type of story um
Is she an X
plot,
Men? Is
but
she an
I
X
don't
Men?
she's not really.
Okay.
She helps them every once in a while. They yeah, she's definitely a Magneto, she's on Magneto's side a lot of the time. Um but yeah, to the point of powers, yeah, you can't really have Rogue not take Spider-Man's powers per se. Um, so yeah, Emma would have been better, but like, do I want to know Emma's, or do I want to see Emma like befriend Spider-Man and then turn evil? That could be interesting depending on how you do it. And then yeah, you'd have to definitely have an older actor. So like, I don't know how that dynamic kind of can
I mean,
be like
Emma
showcased
Well,
on screen.
she doesn't have to be older. Emma, I mean, if Jean Grey is this young, Emma's not that much older than her. If so
well,
to me,
what's our age? What are we saying? Young? What's our
but
shit? What
my,
what do
I think
what do you think? What do you think is young right now?
she's a teenager, right?
So
I don't know
yeah,
because Tom Holland and everybody is out of college right now. Their timeline is that um, MJ and Ned, they've graduated MIT and everything. Like this is 4 years
yeah,
from the last time we seen them, so they're
I
early
definitely think
20s.
20. I was gonna say yeah, a good 20, like 7, 8 type of reaching the 30s right now.
Okay, so Sadie Sink in real life is 24. She's 24 in real life. So she's not as young, but she's presented young. Tom Holland's 30, right? And so Tom Holland was able to pull off the maturation of Spider Boy to Spider Man while still having the boyish looks, while still having a college kid feel, right? He don't look like Mark Ruffalo around this motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? But like,
Hey,
so
but
to
he definitely got a little thick on the thighs.
Yeah.
I think it was looking kind of and that's
he
what I appreciated in the first 10 minutes was like that timeline, that time lapse definitely made him different than the past three Spider-Man movies where he was definitely a high school student and now he's
Yeah.
definitely
he's a
Spider-Man
man.
as
He's
you
a
know.
he's a man.
He's
Yeah.
he's well seasoned as Spider-Man. Like he's been through it. Like he's not
Yeah.
only had personal losses, he's been in the streets fighting crime, all these years. The time skip is a
Yeah.
little bit weird for me, just to be clear with y'all, because I saw when he went to see Aunt May's grave, put the flowers there. It said 2004 she died, right?
2024.
I mean, sorry, 24, right? So that
Yeah.
Yeah.
means that 4 years of college after that would mean they're in 2028. Am I wrong?
Yes.
I'm wrong.
Yeah.
No,
So
you're right.
this movie, all
No, no,
right.
no. Yeah.
So this movie takes
Yeah.
place in the space between 2025 and 2028. Okay, just making
Yeah.
sure we're on the
Type
same
shit.
page. All right, type shit. All right, just making sure we're on the timeline because to me, I'm like, all right, did they mean to do that intentionally? So like, where, one thing,
No, because previously, if you remember, they had originally, I don't know if you ever paid attention to it, they never originally showed Aunt May's date of death previously. They covered that up with flowers, and they did so because they didn't want people to know or piece together where. Because if now I'm paying attention to the movie, I don't see New Avengers Tower while he's swinging, right? Like I don't see it, and I'm watching people who watched it to point that out to me.
but the new
They don't,
Avengers
they
exists
didn't, but the
because
new
we saw
not
Yelena.
doing not doing well. Do they
She
exist?
said that
Are you saying? Are you saying
she. So
the
Yelena
new?
said he deals with small potatoes. I'm New Avengers. We do big potatoes, big potato stuff. So speaking of Yelena, I thought she was one of the best parts of the movie. I really enjoyed her showing up. I'm a big fan of her. But yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Not only because
but
she was naked, but
Right. Look at that. He
you
got that
know,
fucking
you
that blue
know.
Kool Aid.
no, but she's good
Simmons.
in everything she's done. Like honestly, she's very entertaining. But real talk, like this is a Spider-Man movie, like and I'm just trying to piece together the timelines of things and where it all lines up with the MCU. But being that, like Days, you were mentioning, I know we're kind of all over the place. I know we want to give our full like reviews, but Days, you were saying
Yeah.
that you wanted more MCU connectivity, right?
Yeah.
Do you think you got that in this movie? That did that satisfy what
I
you
definitely
wanted?
think I I think we're moving in the right direction for that. Yeah, having like you said, Elena kind of just in the movie, is definitely always good. Like, yeah, if like I don't know what was going on with the licensing of Spider-Man or whatever, where they only could have like one main MCU character, like Iron Man, obviously Nick Fury, and then Doctor Strange. But to have this like connectivity of, okay, now this is just a world that
Uh-huh.
all these heroes that we now know and love or whatever just live in this world, live in this area. So yes, why not have some type of interaction, because this is small potatoes, big potatoes, whatever, it's a
Yeah.
fucking potato. Like,
Yeah.
have some type of connection to what you guys got going on. So yes, I think if yes. So bottom line, they are making the steps to my type of MCU cinematic experience,
Okay.
and this was definitely a good step to that. So
But
yeah,
And
question with
and
that,
I
real quick.
oh go
Real
ahead. Oh
quick.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you think you lose some of it being centered around Spider-Man though? Like to me, I think that I don't think we lost anything because his story was still there. But
yeah,
are we shoehorning in Hulk? Like for me, I feel like Hulk. I get it. He's a big get, like but he had nothing to do with the plot to me, you know. And
yeah. I don't think that matters.
okay,
I don't
okay,
think I
fine,
don't
that's
think that
fine, that's
matters
fine. Okay,
because when if Iron Man, if Iron Man can't figure out something to solve in terms of intelligence wise, and he can't build a suit in time or something, then yes, he's gonna reach out for help. He's gonna call in Cap, or he's gonna call in whoever. So it's like, when
okay,
you have everybody, again, all these stories are now developed. We know these characters, we know different abilities and whatnot.
yeah, what they're
So
capable
it'd be
of. Yeah, I feel
code
you.
if, okay, like, yeah, it'd be code if, like, you know, I need to get into this, secret facility. It's gonna be like more of a sneaking mission. So yeah, I'm not gonna call him the Hulk, but I can call him Moon Knight. As an Iron
Hmm.
Man type of figure. So it's like, just because now we know of these characters, we can actually kind of implement them in different ways. So I know, like, I don't think the story shine was away from Spider-Man because Hulk was in it. Um,
Or
it's good
Punisher.
ways, like I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, or Punisher. I think it's good ways to actually, for
Accentuate those
specific,
characters.
specifically, yeah, for the Hulk, like, bro,
Okay.
we needed this Hulk.
We need it. That's
We
what I'm
needed
saying.
this
When you say he wasn't intricate in the plot, yes, he was. Like,
Uh,
I,
I don't think
so
so.
so so
But
And
so
go ahead.
first
Let me let
so
me. I'll hear you out.
I I would say this when Peter understands that he's a mutate, right? He's understanding in real time. Oh shit! I am my body is altering right now. The only person he knows in this life that has that is Professor Banner. So and again, he don't know that Professor Banner knows him. So for him to be able to go and
But does he know him? That's my question. Does he know him? When have they ever met?
well, when has Hulk and Spider-Man ever met?
They never met.
They've never been in a
yeah,
fight together.
so
They've been in a fight.
nah.
They've been in the endgame fight together. That's it. Maybe they met after that. Possibly. They've never been friends. So when he
Yeah, I mean,
so him saying, "Hey, we're
he did
friends,"
it
and he's choking him
at the
out
funeral.
at the funeral. Yeah.
Their funeral. And to what you're saying is I thought that was kind of like a plot hole as well until when they had Banner or Hulk, I'm sorry, look into the eyes of Peter, right? And that's why I was saying about the spell where is it erasing the memory of someone or is it hiding the memories of someone? That's what I was really kind of confused about because
I think there's more to this spell
again
that we got to find out in
to
the future.
Chidi's
For sure.
point, if Banner and or Hulk, as we say, or we're saying, if Hulk and Spider Man or Peter Parker have never kind of interacted together, right? For Peter to say, "I'm your friend," Peter got that from somewhere. He was in a fire with either Banner or Hulk. And to your point, when Hulk was hawking and Natalia used to be like, "Hey, the sun is setting,"
Yeah.
that would kind of, I know Hawk he wasn't Savage Hulk at that time, but nigga, Hulk was still hawking, when he was getting that little soft touch on his hands. So he has the sensibility to be calmed down with someone he knows. You know what I'm saying? Or someone that he has affinity for. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
like,
but there's no precedence for this relationship where who would recognize him. There's no to that degree where it's like, oh, let me stop killing this kid, But and so yeah, he said it's Peter, and then he let go and just fell. Is that enough for Savage Hulk to just turn off his lights and be like, you know what, I shouldn't kill this kid when he's supposed to be enraged and
Yeah.
completely loose?
So yeah, let me just like preference it like this. As we know, of different Hulks, we know Planet Hulk, we know, all these whatever, Smart Gray Hulk or whatever, Smart Hulk. Like, we know that the Hulk story in the MCU's lens has been a little skewed, to say the least, right? If we're going off of the Incredible Hulk movie, we know that at the end of that, he's able to at least control his anger to be able to turn it on, turn it off as Bruce.
Yeah.
So if we're saying that after this intelligent Hulk, he's not as savage or as like loose, to the point where he's out of control and can't just like regain control, kind of.
Because
Again,
even as he said it, he said
has,
it's no Banner, it's just Hulk. So he knows Banner is still in there as he's hulking up. You know what I'm saying?
right,
Yeah.
and it's not like to the point of like he's taking so much damage. So yes, I think this Hulk was the more comic book accurate to, as he's getting angrier, as he's getting hurt more, he's growing to the point of fucking
Okay.
whatever. So if he's in a situation where, okay, like I'm not, I'm trying to talk to Bruce through you right now, like you're doing too much. You're like, I know, like I can't fight you or whatever. Like, okay, like let me break through and try to calm you down and try to get Bruce back into control. So if we're saying that if we're looking at it like that versus of a lens of what we might perceive as Savage Hulk or might think as another Hulk, that's where I think yes. I mean if I would totally agree with you in that aspect, but as we know of Hulk now, with the again the I'll call it Rage Control,
Okay.
and then we had
The
Planet Hulk,
intelligence.
where Hulk was just hulking for
Okay.
yeah, and then we have Intelligence Hulk, and now we have this Hulk. Like that's a story within itself. And yes, to that point, I would like to see more. I mean, we haven't had a Hulk movie in the MCU to explain what the hell
Yeah, I
a Hulk
wish,
even
man.
is, to the
Hmm.
MCU version. So yeah, I would just say like kind of keep it into what we know of what we've seen, and kind of put that into your context of like, okay, like can he talk? Can somebody that is more a hero kind of talk to Bruce and get this Hulk kind of situated, calmed and collected to that point.
Okay. All right. So we talked a little bit about our, at least my critiques and everything like that. Let's talk about what we really enjoyed about this movie. Starting with Days, like you gave it a 9.5 ish. Um, what did you take away from the movie and to make it so high as a rating?
Yeah. Um, I know, yeah, like kind of how we said, like, do I prefer some of the, tech that, Spider-Man is either having with the Amazing Spider-Man type of tech, or, more of the original Tobey Maguire Spider-Man with just like the webs kind of coming out of his biology.
Mhm.
I definitely always preferred the biology, but I definitely like the tech that can be implemented with Spider-Man. So having the best of both worlds in this
Yeah.
movie
Yeah.
is,
Those web bombs were nice. I
you
thought,
definitely,
yeah. I thought I was like, wow, I haven't seen that one on
yeah,
screen yet. Yeah.
yeah. Definitely just like any type, like I have obviously like I'm an anime fan, so having any type of rage mode or like a serious mode,
Okay.
they kind of had it with the Iron Spider suit with the death mode activated or whatever. But yeah, as you're getting madder or whatever, that arachnid is coming out for real, and nigga, I'm about to fuck some shit up. So definitely would have, like that type of power or whatever could definitely, you know, be a little bit more used in a little bit more serious situations where Spider-Man might be put into. So
Okay.
yeah, stuff like that is definitely great. Yeah, like you said, he moved to Brooklyn or wherever because there was nigga fucking skyscrapers everywhere in this movie. So definitely more swinging, more Spider-Man like scenes. Again, we're kind of done with the Peter Parker. Not necessarily the Peter Parker story, but just we kind of really got a full-fledged Spider-Man movie to the point. So that's just great. I think whatever they needed to do to get that situated, then that was definitely situated. Um, and yeah, like I said, with Frank kind of just coming in just because he's in the movie or he's in that vicinity, I definitely thought I saw Punisher's was the final bullet or whatever, so I definitely thought he was gonna have the full
Final
beard
kill.
or
Yeah.
whatever because that was the last time. Yeah, yeah, final kill. So but I haven't seen season 2 of that, so I don't know if that movie's post or prior to where he shaved it or whatever. But yeah,
I
just
think you're
seeing him
muted,
was
bro.
was great.
I
Their
believe I
interaction
believe it's post. I believe it's post because
post.
if you
Yeah.
since you haven't seen season two, I won't spoil nothing, but I believe it's post. I believe it's post.
Okay, okay. So yeah, definitely just good just to see that again. Hulk just kind of again just doing his teaching shit. That's just great. Um, I could care less about not necessarily what Elaine is up to, but just the role that she's in right now with this, the new Avengers after Thunderbolts. I'm just like, whatever. But yeah, I think that I mean, just as a movie as a whole, again, this new story that isn't necessarily a carbon copy of something from the movies or some type of outline. This is just a whole new story, from my lens. I think that is at least a good stepping stone to what they should be getting to with these MCU movies.
Yeah. I'm glad that we're seeing evolution. Hopefully they keep up with the evolution of the interconnectivity that you want because That's something that I was worried, like I said before, taking away from the solo movies. But like you guys are telling me, if I need to go to figure out something with like biology, I'm gonna go to somebody who deals with biology and Bruce Banner and find out like what mutations and what he's gone through with that. If I need to protect somebody, by all means, I'm gonna take this girl to Punisher and like you gotta save her, you gotta keep her safe. No one knows she's here. If I need some intel, I'm gonna go to the spy. I'm gonna go to the Elena Belova, the Black Widow, and these are people that I'm aware and I got access to because I'm also a superhero. I thought that was super well done and added, like you said, makes the world feel real and more roundabout. The only one is the Jean Grey thing where I'm like, and you know why I already told you that I was like, this one is just doesn't feel completely right for me. Hopefully in the future the X-Men they make me feel better about this choice. I think it's risky. I think that for me it's risky, but we'll see how it goes. But
I would
for
I
what
would I would ask something real quick. If they decide to go inverse and they get this dark Phoenix arc out the way early, could that would that could that restructure how you see this Jean Grey character? Because the only reason I'm asking that is because
no,
you got to think about the next two movies. Sadie Sink's already going to be in Secret Wars.
she is
Yeah,
okay.
and we don't need no
Yeah.
punk ass bitch ass teenager there. We need somebody that's gonna get active because what they facing.
You guys understand something? You don't have to be evil to get active. She did a lot of fucked up shit that the core of the character would never do, in my opinion. Somebody who's read so many X-Men comics, I'm like, oh my god, I've never seen Drew Gray talk this way. She would never manipulate Peter like that, like the way she did with. And there was, don't get me wrong, that scene when she got into the body of of MJ and she like talked through her, Zendaya killed that scene. Like the whole tonality, the way she looked and she talked the way she talks to him, she's like, oh, there's no memories of you in here. Like
You're
like
looking good.
she looked great. She looked great, but there were so many moments with where what I want to say, like giving it props is like even though I didn't like the whole Jean Grey stuff, there's so many moments that it created that I can really say that I really did like for Spider-Man, and that was one of them. Like, her using Jean
When
Grey in that moment,
it
but then
happened,
throwing
was it true to
and then she threw
when
her
it
off the
happened?
building. Like Jean Grey would never do that shit, but like, come
I'm
on,
saying when it
is
happened
she
when
redeemable?
it's that's what I'm saying when it's happening because you got to think about it. We're in Act 2 of this, right? Realistically, and I remember I couldn't spoil something for you, right? Remember I was talking about mind jumping, and I couldn't say it when I wanted to a couple of days ago. I said until you see the movie because I seen it and I knew about the mind jumping, right? Is that true to character?
I've never seen it like that. I've never seen it done like that on screen. I've seen her jump into somebody's mind, and like it's like an extended period of time she's controlling them, and that one person. I've never seen her like boom, boom, boom. Like I've never seen that before. It's
So
cool.
so so the liberty of adaptation with the character. I'm just asking, will you be able to lend yourself? I understand what you're talking about, the core of the
I'm trying to.
of
Yeah, I'm
the.
trying. I'm
Well, I
getting.
mean, because
Here's what I'm mourning. I'm mourning the fact that Chidi, you're not gonna get the X-Men that you want from MCU. You're not gonna get what you thought, but be
but
open to
what did
something
you
new.
think?
Here's the
What did
thing.
you
Here's
think?
what I
What'd you
wanted.
think?
Here's what I thought. I thought we're gonna get one. I think that we could still get this, by the way. But a true romance with Cyclops and Jean Grey as they're trying to learn their powers and grow in the Xavier Institute. I really want to see Rose turn from bad to good, with her being part of the brotherhood of evil mutants with Magneto and like, Mystique. Her and Mystique's relationship. I want to see her relationship with Nightcrawler. I want to see that. I want to see Storm, really, rise as a leader of the X-Men in some sense, and that's kind of like where I want to see things go. These are things that probably can still happen, but I think that they are going to take a radical change on the temperament and personalities of these characters based on what I saw with Jean Grey. So I don't know what to
What
expect from Cyclops at this point.
what
I
what
don't know
what
what to expect
what
from
you? So, I'm
what
sorry.
we saw with Jean Grey was more akin to what a Rogue storyline is. That so much so that I don't think I'm gonna get the Rogue storyline anymore. You feel me? Like it's too close.
I mean, superhero. Okay, so what I would push back on is the things that you said that you want from X-Men could still be happen, as far as there's no way you can get around Jean Grey and Cyclops. You might as well just go ahead and scrap whatever the fuck you thinking if we don't get Jean Grey, Cyclops, Wolverine love triangle. That
That
is
we might not get that because what are they going to cast new Wolverine? I think that they're not. I
why
think that
wouldn't they?
one, it's kind
Why
of played. Let's be real. I'm not sure if you feel that way, Days, but the Wolverine, Jean Grey, Cyclops love triangle is kind of played. They first have to grow into their love. These are young, so these are young. So by the time they are in love and they want to, be
that's
together,
the
it
same
should be
thing with
by.
Storm as being but that's the same thing with Storm being the leader of X-Men, right?
It's gonna take some time. Yeah,
But
with
that's
all
so
this,
yeah, but
but
off the rip, when I say what makes you not think you're gonna get, and you ain't mentioned shit about Jean Grey. I know you said earlier, but like
well,
I'm
no, what do you mean
asking.
I didn't say shit?
No,
I just literally told you
no,
that
I'm saying right
the
there,
X
right.
Men. I'm not gonna get what I think from the X Men because of what I'm seeing with Jean Grey. Jean Grey is not specific to her. It's the way they handle the character. You feel me? Like the way that they're handling the X Men character and how they choose introducing the one X Men that it sheds a lot about how the way they're gonna tackle the X Men going forward. They're not gonna
Well,
be so.
we argued this because you said why use Spider-Man as a launching pad for X-Men, and I
I
said,
did.
well,
I
why
did say
not?
that.
But do you still feel that way? This was a great launching pad for Jean Grey.
I think they could have found a different telepathic villain for this movie. Honestly, in my
But she's not
wholehearted
a
opinion.
villain. She's just an antagonist. Is not a
She
villain,
threw
Chidi.
MJ off the building.
Hold on, an antagonist. Oh
She
my
threw a
god!
man in
Now
front of a
you
car. These are things that bad people do. Will just freely did it. She didn't do like,
hold on.
oh man, I feel bad, I did that
Is
thing. Let me
Spider-Man a
stop
bad
doing this.
person?
She kept doing that shit.
Is Spider okay? And okay, is Spider both? I want to take two things: an apple and an apple. Spider-Man arachno senses is taking over. He doesn't have control of himself.
Listen, just because
He
you
did. I'm okay.
okay.
I'm.
No, no, I
Did
hear
he
you.
almost kill it? Did he almost kill a cop? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Okay. Okay. So is he a villain?
No, he's not a villain because he accidentally threw.
Hey!
That was an accident. She intentionally did all this shit. Jean Grey made a choice to jump into these people's bodies without permission. Jean Grey made a choice.
Hold on. Through
Oh God, we're gonna
unrational
give her.
blindness of.
We're going to give her the
Yes.
irrational, emotional
Yes,
shit now. Give her
I
an
do
out
want to give.
because
Hold on. If you want to make this character so in depth, Chidi, hold on. If you want to make this character so in depth, if you want people to understand why she's the lifeline and the lifeblood and the life force behind the X-Men, you have to give her something other than just being the pink princess that does everything right. I'm sorry. I'm not going to believe that.
I mean,
Me.
you can still go into her traumas as a child without having her do this entire movie. I'm sorry. You can still find a way to connect her to the audience. I don't. I'm not gonna. That's a cop out to me. You don't
Okay,
need to
so
do that.
with the previous
I'm trying to
episode,
talk
I'm
about
gonna
what
let
I
you give
like
me.
about the movie. There's a lot of stuff that I like, but yes, this is a big source for me.
But with
I'm not gonna.
the last episode of X-Men animated series, the way
Days,
they
are you watching
told
X-Men
this,
97?
Days,
Are
you
you
watched the
watching
last
X-Men?
episode of X-Men?
Not, are you watching X-Men
Yeah,
97?
yeah,
You are. Okay, you caught up. Okay.
Okay, are you
yeah,
up
yeah,
to
yeah,
are you up to date?
yeah.
Okay, so in that last episode, right, the trauma of what he went through allowed Colossus to think a little bit before casting judgment on that person. So all I'm saying is that as Nightcrawler was giving his defense to his half brother about all of the traumas that he went through to make him a bad person, he was still saying there's a good person in there. That's a villain though, because after that he shot a nigga. I think after when Jean Grey decided that she was not a bad person, she just had bad experiences through life, and Aunt May gave her that hug. She didn't save Superman life through end of the movie.
Oh my gosh. Yo, that entire first car chase with the freaking tank. Niggas died, bro. Like, let's be real. Like, civilians have died because of Jean Grey.
Bro, they got the Sokovia Union or whatever the case may be. What's the agreement? What's the, you know what, nigga, they killed Africans over there. They killed a whole colony of black people over there just fighting this shit, doing dumb shit.
So what
that was an accident.
What I'm hearing is what I'm hearing is
Jean Grey didn't, it wasn't an accident.
Like you're kind of trying to box the villain kind of title, and Chris, you're saying like doing either bad things doesn't necessarily make you a villain. Is that kind of the 2 points that I'm hearing?
I was saying doing bad things for the sake of, you know, so in doing bad things for the sake of not understanding why you're doing it, right?
She's trying to find her sister, and she threatens to kill people the entire movie. This is not okay from a person who genuinely.
Okay, so how is she supposed to go about finding her? Is Jean Grey supposed to off the top be another superhero that I ain't never seen before?
I told you,
saving her sister.
There's other telepaths that they could have gone.
Okay, we don't have other telepaths. We got
we do have other telepaths, and they didn't choose it. So I'm gonna tell you right now why I have a problem with this movie, because they chose her to begin with. Yes, I still have a problem with it, and I was worried about this.
Mama, if they would have made it Emma Frost, turn the movie off. What the fuck are y'all doing?
As if you know Emma Frost. As if you know it would be worse with Emma Frost. You have no fucking idea.
Hold on, nigga. You can't. I would right-handed. I wish I had a Bible out here, nigga. If I had the inkling and I was spoiling shit for y'all, and me and you, we said Firestar and everything like that. If I said Emma Frost, nigga, you would have turned the TV off.
That's wrong. That's bullshit. Emma Frost, as I tell her, being a villain who you find sympathetic at the end is a perfect story arc for her. I'm sorry. She's the person who's actually that person who's willing to kill because she feels some type of way. She's that person. I'm sorry.
Okay.
She didn't even know her sister was dead. She didn't even know. She was off the whim of like, you just took her. She was trying to throw people off of buildings, wreck shop in the city, throw people in front of cars. It's a lot. It's a lot to be like, oh, she's not a villain. Right. She's not a bad person. I'm sorry. She manipulated Spider-Man. Oh my God. Go ahead.
So based on what we've seen, right? Based on what we've seen so far, is that obviously off script from any prior X-Men movie we've ever seen?
Yes, and that's what I like. That's what I appreciate.
And that's fine. I think we're all in agreement on like. So again, like even for Scarlet Witch, we never, whatever, like, that's not necessarily on script or whatever on how Scarlet Witch and let's just say Quicksilver, for the sake of it, were introduced to any type of story. Okay. So we've have these kind of mutants, or I can't remember what they called them in Avengers.
Miracles. They said miracles.
They call them enhanced.
Yeah.
Enhanced.
Something like that. Yeah, enhanced on the field or something. Anyways. So for this type of Jean, if Jean is going to either be like, okay, now thinking of what we've seen of Jean and what we can either predict going forward, like if this type of evil or unhinged teenager or whatever, or young adult, whatever, like if Magneto kind of sees this and like she's a little bit more on the alignment, or like Magneto tries to kind of get her under his wing versus Professor X, that story might be a little bit more probable because of because of her actions in this story. So to the point of, okay, yes, Emma might be the telepath, type, and kind of have a story like this similarly. But like I said before, Emma Frost has been a good guy in a lot of scenes or a lot of comics or whatever, helping Iron Man, helping whatever, and she's obviously been portrayed as the bad guy. So would it be a little bit, yeah, would it be either acceptable to have the roles be reversed, where Emma is helping Professor X, and then whatever happens where that's kind of like the swap. Whereas whatever
That would be
Professor X is
crazy.
trying to do, Emma's like, nah, like this shit's ass or whatever, and then that's when they kind of understand that, oh, like I was in the bad position, so like let me swap teams like for the two
Yeah,
telepaths.
that could be an interesting way to do about it. It could be an interesting take of like, Jean Grey is first in the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, and for some reason, Professor Xavier got to Emma Frost first, and he's trying to make her the perfect telepath and really believe in this vision he
Ooh.
has, and they end up kind of swapping telepaths, and they start believing in the opposite visions and think the
Because that
understanding of why.
redemption story for Jean Grey would be very interesting. Interesting. If the first X-Men movie was that, right? Like at the end, and I think by what you guys are saying is that the X-Men movie needs to be more advanced in its presentation, especially with the storyline aspect. So what Daze just proposed to you, what I was saying is that I still believe that Jean Grey has the real capability to grow into who you know her to be. But again, a raging teenager who doesn't know how to balance emotions, I don't know how that person was presented in the comics. Because for somebody to have powers and feelings and emotions as a real person, as a teenager, and be able to be so goody two shoes with that, as you're speaking about it
Trust me,
in the
bro.
comics.
It's not done bad just because she's a good person. Like you're saying, like she has to be bad to be interesting. That's not true. Her journey is because she understands, like I told you, how powerful she is. She needs to make sure she doesn't misuse her power, and she's misusing it this entire movie. And this is her debut, so this is her
Well,
first
I'm
introduction.
asking, how does she use her? I'm sorry. How does she use as a young Jean Grey in the comics? Can you explain to me how she uses her powers automatically? Like, how does she inherently know? How, like in a movie when Bruce Banner asks Spider Man, "How do you know what parts are good?" Like, how does she know originally to be good and use her powers for good?
Yeah, here's the thing. It wasn't something that she had to be taught to be good. It's more of like if it's used bad, she knows. More of like, oh shit, if I slip into somebody's mind and find some information out that I wasn't supposed to know, oh shit, like maybe I should hop back out and like, oh man, I did not know that. But now she knows something that's part of the plot that maybe should change the course of of what's going on. You know, it's not like me just hopping into everybody's body and understanding their entire life and what they've been through immediately. It's a thing where it's extremely personal that she understands that it's a invasion of privacy to do that, and over time she gets to harness that so she understands how to communicate with people better, that she knows how to eventually learns how to use it for telekinesis, and she can move objects and all types. She starts to grow with her powers where she's not just a telepath, she's also somebody who does
She has
telekinesis,
telekinesis powers.
telekinetic powers, yeah,
Yeah.
as well. So it's like she starts to grow over time, and she can hear. She's almost like she's. It's so overwhelming that she can hear all these voices at once that she's going crazy. She's trying to get the voices out of her head. She's almost a victim of her own power. Whereas this, she's kind of like using the power so so. How do you put this? Haphazardly, that it doesn't protect the sanctity of what she's actually doing.
But in this movie, her powers wasn't even. She only. That's what I was asking. Like that. The reason why I'm asking these questions is because when he finds out that she can only jump 33 feet, that's very telling. She doesn't have full range of her powers until again she looks up, she sees, oh, y'all, my sister not here no more.
Yeah, that was a good scene.
And when she unleashes what it is and she breaks through and go, bro, I don't think that person knows what she can do.
Not yet.
I don't
No.
think that person knows what she is and what she could become. So for me, I'm still attached to that story that you're willing to not get right now, because I think that's who you can get. I think by the
No,
time
there's legs here for sure. Like there's places you can go with her now that you wouldn't go with the way that I would have preferred it. That can still be very interesting. You know, if Scott Cyclops is helping her through her traumas and helping her through like not maybe she's beating herself up for what she did in New York and she's like I'm not an X-Men or like I can't fight crime. I can't do it because I don't know if I'm gonna hurt somebody or whatever. And she's really atoning and having some redemption arc, and he's helping her through that. That's where they can go with her. So I'm not really concerned with like her not being an interesting character. I'm just concerned with like, man, I would have done this differently because it does make her a different personality completely, and that then changes the dynamic within the X-Men. If she had this badass side to her, then then is how do you get that from Rogue? Rogue is usually the badass who comes in and becomes, she has that pull between the evil and good in the X-Men. She has that pull between wanting to fucking kill people and trying to control her powers and being close to people and trying to be close and not being too close to people because she also can get people's minds and she can also, get lost in, people's, experiences where she can touch somebody and then they're stuck in her brain and she's like, then she goes crazy. So I just would have preferred her have this arc because it makes so much sense with who Rogue is as a character, and me who have read the comics. I'm thinking like, y'all had it right there. Like the layup is right there to use somebody like that. Now, granted, if y'all need a telepath for sure, Emma could be the person, but like, I think Rogue, if you find another way to do this story without telepathic powers and all that stuff, because to be quite honest with you, you can do it without telepathic power. You can still do this story in another way, because at the end of it all, it wasn't like Jean Grey made MJ remember a locked memory or something like that. So like there was no big impactful telepathic moment that was like changed the course of Spider-Man for me.
Well, she did. Well, now this is what I wanted to get to.
Anything, it changed her.
Well, this is what. So in that scene, she said like a true passionate kiss can right, but she was MJ at that point, so MJ couldn't get that kiss.
Okay,
that was
you're on to something here.
You know what I'm saying?
At the end, like when he did the handshake with Ned, nigga,
that's a kiss for her, bro. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah,
that's a passionate kiss for her, homie.
Do you think I don't know if he knows if he's all the memories came back.
We gotta talk about that.
Yeah, we gotta talk about that. Do you think that
we gotta talk about it. I do want to say something right before we transition to that though. With the telepathic type of powers, like the main thing was either amplifying the arachnid or the change that Peter was having with his spider sense, and being able to detect this telepathic type of power.
That's true.
That's true. This type of thing. So yeah, I definitely don't want you guys to forget that. But two, before we continue, I think just kind of based on what you're saying here, like we know that this gene is like a little bit more unhinged, or at least just like a little bit more prone to act on whatever the situation is, right?
Yeah.
We know what Logan can do. We know what Wolverine is. That nigga's a killer. We know that Rogue also has that type of tendency. So instead of
Cyclops can be that pure baby face.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like what we've seen again of X-Men, we have a reference to go off of. We've seen these X-Men movies. We've seen what they're able to kind of do, and cool. Like that's all fine and dandy. But like, what if the Avengers, kind of like how I was saying, like the Avengers movies up until this point, they have either been a little bit more hero-esque, so not a lot of civilians have died, not a lot of villains have just died. But what if the X-Men as a whole, everybody involved, they're just like not necessarily like killers, but they're
They're all
gonna kill
fucked
some
up.
shit.
They're all
Like,
fucked up.
yeah, what like, that type of story could be a little bit more like interesting, like how Chris is trying to say, like, you can be a badass and be like this killer type of thing, but like, and to your
Okay.
point, it doesn't necessarily make you a good
I
character,
think
but like if everyone's abilities are a little bit more prone to like kill versus the Avengers,
And I think
the Hulk is gonna, like, shoot stuff.
Professor X's point to get all these killers reined in and use their powers
Mm.
better. Like I think that makes the X-Men have a little bit more depth.
you're like
a little
kind of
bit
like
less
misfits, or like they've all kind of Breaking Bad
Kind of. I mean,
at some point.
because
And
we've seen the maybe the not the extent of what she can do right now, but we've seen at least a little bit of her telekinetic type of power where she crushed the little fucking machine on her neck or whatever. She crushed that
yeah,
at the end.
yeah.
It's like, okay, cool. Now she's starting to get into that type of power. So now she just needs some guidance on how to do different things or whatever. So it's like, okay, cool. Who's gonna teach her at this point? We either got Magneto or Professor X or somebody else. It could be fucking whoever. Like, it could be fucking fucking coming out of nowhere. Who knows? But
Sinatra.
uh,
Not Sinatra.
yeah,
What's his name? Sinister. Yeah.
Sinister. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be a lot of different things. So like, if everybody is more or less a little bit more prone to kill, or like just a little bit more like, I'm just gonna get what I need because that's what I need right now, versus these, Spider-Man is a little bit more like, okay, like I'm gonna try to save you either from whatever, this falling building or whatever. Would that also be something of interest, versus just the story aspect of what we know of the X-Men so far, to that point?
Well, at this point, where now that Jean Grey has kind of like opened the gate, fuck it. Go ahead, all in, make everybody fucked up. Give me a character. I fucked up Cyclops. I fucked up Storm. I fucked up everybody. The Beast. Like, make them all a little bit of a loose cannon. I want the X-Men to be completely unhinged. Fuck it.
I mean, I
Yeah,
think,
fuck it.
I think to be real though, to be honest, the first X-Men movie think about it. Fantastic Four, goody two shoes. They were on goddamn TV shows and shit like that. Avengers, they fuck up New York, but they get to eat bagels or shawarma. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, but
Niggas
to
died over
have,
there eating shawarma.
to have the X-Men, these mutants, right, and again, to show the thing about writing that's powerful is that a mutate and a mutant are at the same point of emotional imbalance, where when you're going through something, it generates your powers and enhances them or heightens them up. So as Jean Grey was being more closer to where she wanted to be, she became a little bit more manic, if that makes sense, right? She hit a few joints up. She can't find what she wants. She knows who to get, depending on somebody to get what she wants. She is, without a shadow of a doubt, to your point, is going towards a villainous arc. To your point, Chidi. But when it's come to find out that when she gets in the vault and the story that's being told is that Spider-Man's trying to get him and the DODC is trying to get her. And she's trying to get something from the deal. So she don't mind going to them. You know what I mean? she not avoiding getting caught. So she's that's to the villain to the villain's point. Like she want to get caught because I need something from you. You know, I need something from you. And with that being said, the two parts of the movie, again, going from the second act to the third act, when she gets hit with the dart and she says Sarah, and Peter not letting that go, asking the question, and then him getting lied to was like, yeah, when she was in my mind, you know, she saw I was thinking of Sarah. And then he gets to be with MJ and he gets to be with Ned, and he has the general conversation. Was like, hey, I kissed you. I just want to let you know that. And she was like, yeah, I can't remember anything. Thanks for telling me. He was like, wait, you can't remember anything? So when she's in your mind, like, she's like, yeah, I can't remember my actions. I love that point of the movie because it then switches the villainous arc from Jean to the DODC, which allows me empathy for Jean. Now the rest of the movie, whatever she's doing, is vindicated.
Is it?
That's what yes.
To me, it's not. Like, and I think that's the difference between me and other people. Is that
once they caught her, they strapped her up, and it wasn't because they strapped her because she was doing bad things to New York. They strapped her up because they was trying to extract her powers from them to put them in somebody
bad
else.
Too. Just because they're bad too does not mean that she wasn't bad.
They were bad I don't look at it first. Hold on, they were bad first. They kidnapped her and her sister. So every action has every reaction comes from every action has a reaction. The reaction, I'm not gonna hold you. Oh, okay, hold on, pause. Let me time out. Domestic violence is bad. But if I tell you to shut up, do you think you should still be talking?
Do you think it's wise for you to keep on yapping them fucking gum, man? So if I can smack your ass. It was warranted.
No, when he said
I can't.
When he said that, bro, I think that's the greatest thing because he was so sick. Yo, okay, listen. I'm telling you to shut up. I'm telling you. Do you think it's wise?
He said, nobody should be hitting anybody, right? Nobody should hit anybody. But if I tell you to shut up, do you think it's wise to keep on talking? That's crazy, man. I can't with y'all, bro. For real.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, when now I get it. Her actions, she don't know that her sister's dead. To your point, and I get you, Chidi. She don't know that her sister's dead. She don't know what her sister has gone through, but her sister has jumped to her. And her sister has jumped to her and just gave out signals and saying, who got me? VMAX. And with that being said, I think you're frozen, Chidi. I'm not sure. Are you frozen? Can you move for me? Okay, my bad. Okay. And so what I'm saying is that I'm not justifying what she did prior to. What I'm saying is that it gives me an emotional arc to link to that when I'm going through that third act, going back as to what she did. I'm like, okay, it was a reason for it. Now I get to your point, what you wanted from your Jean Grey, and who
it's not just what I wanted from my Jean Grey. You know what? It is what I want from Jean Grey, but the point of it is that when writing a character, what they do in what they're willing to cost to get what they want matters. It matters for any character. That's how you know the difference between one character and another, is what they're willing to do to get what they want. Some characters are not willing to kill. Frank Castle is. Frank Castle is a guy who's willing to kill to get what he wants and what he thinks is right.
Is he villainous?
He absolutely is. He absolutely is not the villain of this movie, but Jean
No.
Grey is the villain.
I'm just saying. Hold on. I'm not saying in this movie. I'm just saying.
I need you to go back and watch Daredevil from the beginning and season 2 and see what he's doing over there. He's fucked up, bro.
I know, but
But
when I'm
it doesn't mean
but
it
when
doesn't
I
mean it doesn't mean that you can't feel for that character and be emotionally connected to it and understand it. But yes, you got to understand what's the difference between one character and another, and why one character has a certain moral compass and the other one doesn't. Jean Grey to me has never been morally ambiguous. Now she is for the MCU, and that's where I was like, okay, okay, cool. But to make her the main villain, I'm sorry, she's the villain of this movie. She's the main villain of a Spider-Man movie. Jean Grey, of all people in the MCU, there's like thousands of characters you could pick. She is the one they picked to make the main villain. I just thought it was an interesting choice. There's bad telepaths too, like that are
but
not even attached to the X-Men.
can I extrapolate your knowledge of the MCU real quick and to see if you can follow along days with me? Has the DODC not been real prevalent throughout all the thread of them getting the remains of what happened at Affinity, the big battle? They're taking over Stark Industries, Stark Tech. Like, aren't their thread? Because what I'm asking is, what's up?
That boy got caught in the Jean Grey ultimate at the end.
But for instance, like, so there's a telepath called Moondragon they could have used. Moondragon, great telepath in comics.
Do we
But
care
no,
about Moondragon? Do we know? Do we
but
know?
but do you care about any of the
Moondragon?
villains? Do you care about any of these villains? Do
What do
you?
you mean? Any of what villains? If you're telling me that Jean Grey is a villain, yes, I just told you I care about Jean Grey because at
Not
the end of the
Jean
day she's
Grey. I'm
redeemed.
talking about any of the
But,
villains like in the MCU period. They've had so
yeah,
many villains that we
you
just
tell me
don't
I don't
care
care about
about.
Thanos?
Nigga, you're talking about the ultimate villain, not him.
No,
I'm
okay.
talking about
So what other?
these singular movies that be happening. Do you care about Gorla Godbutcher? Do you care about Malekith? Do you remember them even? Maybe Winter Soldier, and he's a villain. Like Winter Soldier is a villain of the movie, right? But he's a good guy by the end. We get it. But he's the villain of the movie. Let's stop acting like just because the person did something good at the end and changed their mind, and if for a
No,
bad reason or whatever, a good
at
reason.
the end of the movie, he's not the villain because he's under mind control,
Like
brother.
that does not make you not the villain to me. Like the whole
Why don't
movie is
it? I don't have
you.
control of my mind.
Oh my god, the movie is Act One, Act Two, Act Three, and when that's the person that is causing the problem, and the hero has to stop it, they are the primary villain. Sorry,
Okay,
that's how it
so
works.
so boom, Civil War. Who's the villain? Is Cap and Winter Soldier the villain against Tony?
It's Baron Mordo.
Is who?
Baron Mordo is the villain in that movie.
Days. Go ahead. You can talk.
The white dude that was kind of pinning them two against each other. So yeah, I mean, I definitely think that to Chris's point, he's trying to say that like you can do all these bad things, and once we know that these bad things were done because
That's
you're
all
trying
good.
to pursue a good cause, it's fine. Or like it doesn't make you a villain to the core aspect of that title. It's not. I mean, like, yeah. So
I get it. Yeah.
whether or not you guys can agree or disagree or agree to disagree on that type of title, that's just kind of going to be where you guys
Yeah,
are
you
either
got to
just
have
going
an
to
impasse.
forever
And we
be in
reached the
agreement on
impasse
it.
for sure.
Because yeah, I mean, to the point of how a character is written in on paper versus how they're portrayed on cinema film, like CT, like you're thinking like, okay, like if this is happening on paper, this is whatever, then yes, they are the villain of this story that's being told. Where Chris, you're saying like how I'm seeing this character being portrayed and the reasons why she's being portrayed this way is because of this reason. She's not necessarily a villain because of these actions that she's taking
Yeah,
in this visual
yeah.
novel.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I think both are correct. I feel like I don't think one is more correct than another.
correct.
Because yeah, to Chris's point, like you can say that yeah, Winter Soldier isn't necessarily a bad guy, but to CT's point, like Vulture from Spider-Man 1 would be a villain because he's doing all these bad things. He's a thief more or less, and he's willing to kill
For
whoever he
his
needs to
family.
kill for his family. So it's like if you're reading that on a script, it's like okay, yeah, this guy is the main villain. There's no real whatever. But Damage Control was in that movie, so it's like was Damage Control more or less the villain because they're an organization that's hindering this guy
Yes.
No,
from protecting his family and
absolutely.
whatever. So,
Hold on.
No, how are you gonna say
so
yes?
that's what I'm saying.
Hold on.
You guys
The reason why the only reason why I say that is because Vulture redeemed himself. Vulture was able to. So at the end of the day, when you say a villain for this movie, okay, not in your mind, you're like, oh, this guy can never like be a hero. Bucky
No,
killed
that's not what I'm
Tony's mom
saying.
and dad,
I've
and
never
Tony
said that,
became Tony who he became because Bucky killed his mom and dad.
dude.
When I found out that,
I'm
oh,
never
go
saying
ahead.
this. No, I'm never saying that a villain can't be good eventually. I'm just saying that when they're doing bad things, for whatever reason, if they're going to go beyond the limits to do whatever they want to kill, to manipulate, to destroy things, and freaking hold people captive, that's all villainous behavior. You are in that moment being a villain. Doesn't matter what the cause was. Unless the world's unless it's on some Attack on Titan shit where you had to do all this fucked up shit because it was gonna happen anyway. Like unless like there's like a DSS Machina thing where you got a vision from God that you got to do all these bad things for things to happen and that's your calling. That's the only way I can like kind of revisionist history say, oh, you had to sacrifice for that calling. Like that's the only way. This wasn't that. This is I have a personal thing I want and I'm willing to do anything and harm anybody to get it. And when you are doing that, you are a villain. I love that you can take that villain and then over time soften them, get them to realize things and become a hero. Absolutely. But let's not get it twisted. Jean Grey is the villain of this movie. And doesn't mean that she can't, it's not redeemable. Bucky is, and he has been redeemed through his work over throughout all these movies and all that stuff. So I'm willing to see that journey, But my whole gripe is that it didn't need to be Jean Grey because to me that's not who she is in the comics. That's not who she is in any adaptation I've seen before, and I gotta accept that now, And that's why I didn't want her in the movie at all in the first place.
I
But
just want to know if they're launching the X-Men, who the hell you do it without the biggest of the biggest?
I wouldn't even introduce X-Men in this movie. You don't have to do it that way. You know what you could do also? You could also introduce villains in the Marvel universe that are telepaths that may not die by the end, like Mastermind. You guys might know him, but there's a lot of villains that we don't know until they're shown in the Marvel movie.
Yeah,
And then late,
Masterminds is the one who made Jean Grey in the comic Dark
so
Phoenix.
yeah, so you have him introduced in this movie with Spider-Man. Then later on he comes back and you already have like, oh shit, he did all that fuck shit in Brand New Day. Now he's trying to do this fuck shit with Jean Grey. We have a relationship with that villain for doing villainous things, and now we're tying two things together and like how powerful this guy is and how he could be a factor in the X-Men movies now.
But I
So
think that's so much of a buffer. That's a waste of a movie rather than from what they're going to give us right now to where a person who probably still does not understand the true strength of their power comes back where they need someone who does not have full reins of their power to then go ahead and make use of that. And then the next time we see that person, to Daze's point in the time jump, she's with Professor Xavier trying to figure out how to harness this. I don't ever
I mean,
want
that's
to
what they got to do
be.
now. Yeah, that's what they got to do now. So we'll see that. But speaking of morally ambiguous characters, we brought up Frank. How did y'all think about Frank's appearance in this movie? How'd y'all feel about
Great,
his? Yeah.
fantastic,
Okay.
fantastic. A great redemption story again from where the last we seen him. He was struggling for, and to your point, where you're saying he absolutely does villainous things. Back to the original portion of what it was. I only killed niggas A for the United States military and B when niggas shot at my family. That's the only times I killed.
I don't know why Frank is not in jail, but that's another story.
He was in jail, bro. He was.
Why is he not in jail now?
Fisk got him out.
Like, yeah. He should always be.
By the time, hold on. By the time he got him out, Fisk got him out and gave him immunity, so he can walk around in the city.
Daze, help me with this. That was a while ago, Chris.
I mean, again
I'm talking about one last kill. Last time we saw him, one last kill.
Yeah, but last bullet or final bullet or whatever that movie is called.
Yeah.
I mean, just the amount of. Yeah, you can again. I mean, whether it's a waste or not, I'm not thinking about it too hard right now. But whether it's a waste or not, I'll just say like, okay, this guy killed everybody in this building. As a police guy, that I'm fresh on the job, I'm arresting this nigga.
You arresting this nigga? But kill you too, nigga.
Again, that's still fine. And then now the police force is, oh, this nigga just killed a cop. Okay, let me pursue him to arrest him, and then he goes into the immunity thing, whatever. I don't know.
By the end of the movie, he's just chilling in the hospital bed, waiting for this nigga to wake up. I'm like, nigga, you should be locked up right now. Like, so nobody's coming to apprehend you, bro.
Yeah,
like,
I think because he helped Spider-Man, and Spider-Man's on the good side with the cops. That works out.
In law, bro. Like you killed
that works in New York. That works in New York City, brother.
You killed a whole Section 8 apartment building worth of people. Like, nigga, no.
Yeah, I don't know too much about, again, like, what Frank got going on with his story, but in terms of just what I've seen in this movie, he's just that vigilante or whatever that is a little bit more secretive to the point. And just kind of like living off grid, like whatever he needs to do. But yeah, so for his showings and whatnot, I think he was definitely a good I'll just say side hero or whatever. I don't want to necessarily just call him a cameo.
Yeah, he was a good side hero. He was a good side hero. A side hero is good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he played him in the beginning.
Yeah,
Spider-Man was like, get the hell out of here, bro.
And that's the thing, like. And this is kind of what I was talking about with Secret Invasion and all that stuff. Like, you have lower tier heroes that are really good, and then you have the Spider-Mans, and you have whatever, the Iron Mans, whatever. So it's like, why not have Luke Cage and Frank Castle, like, in these types of movies, just as people that have these superpowers that can do stuff, but aren't an overburdening or clashing with what a Spider-Man or whatever would need to do for his for this type of situation. This was definitely a situation that, you didn't necessarily need to involve like Captain America. Like, he wouldn't necessarily be anything, or I mean, obviously he's dead, but like that type of character.
Sam Wilson is not dead, brother. We got a black Captain America. Did you
forget? Yeah, I forgot about that winged bitch.
But even Steve Rogers didn't die. He never died either.
That old ass piece of shit. You talking about that dude? You might as well be dead. Fuck you talking about?
Yo, Daze, real quick. Tell us how you Tell us how you feel about Marvel getting rid of all these black characters and scrapping all these black characters. Tell us how you feel about where you and give us your real thoughts about Sam Wilson, because I don't believe he a good Captain America either.
No, I mean, like, they're trying to build him up, maybe a little bit more cinematic than original Cap in terms of just, his wingsuit, the vibranium in the wingsuit, all that stuff, all the tech with it. With whatever, was that also called Captain America Brand New Day? I can't remember what that Red Hulk was called.
Yeah, that was Brand New Day was the movie, yeah, Brand New Day. No, Brave New World, sorry. Brave New World.
Brave New World.
Brave New World.
It was supposed to be New World Order, but it was Brave New World.
Okay, yeah.
We Chris were talking about the other day.
They're trying to do some stuff. They're not landing the mark. It would have been a lot better to not even have that sidekick in the movie as a whole, if they were just really like showing what he can do in all these different
situations. Because Joaquin Falcon outshined that nigga, bro.
Yeah, so like it would have just been a lot better if it was just him. He was doing all these things and it really just giving him more feats to like compare whenever he's now in a situation that he'll be placed in. Like putting him now against what Spider-Man went through. It's like hell no, So it's so it's like what the
You know
fuck.
what's funny? Like
But
I,
yeah,
I,
yeah,
I just I was talking to Chris that they made that movie about Red Hulk and his daughter more than anything. Like, you didn't see no personal growth with Captain America, Sam Wilson.
yeah.
They completely removed the storyline with the Black Captain America, even though he went to jail, and they just use him as like a subplot kind of thing. Everything from the television show Winter Soldier and Captain America,
Yeah,
they just
yeah.
ignored it all, and then went and did a movie off of Red Hulk. It's like there's
Right.
so much more you can do with Sam Wilson from the comics. Sam Wilson, he doesn't even got his full power set, as I mentioned to Chris in our other podcast. Sam Wilson can talk to, I think the Red Skull, use the freaking Tesseract, the Cosmic Cube, to torture. I think Sam Wilson at one point, and that gave him a telepathic communication with his Falcon pet, his pet. And then over time, it grows to where he can talk
Mm-hmm.
to all birds and he can communicate with birds and all that stuff. He's never developed that power in the entire MCU, and all he is a fake ass Captain America who y'all gave a big budget movie to fail and make it about the Red Hulk. And so his personal story was not told at all. I thought the whole story should have been on. I told you guys in Discord. It should have been centered around, hey, do you take the serum or do you not take the serum? Like that should be the big decision he makes in that story, to fight Hulk. And him making that decision is a an analogy to selling out. Maybe sometimes people sell out to get the job done because that's what's necessary, and some people say no, I'm going to keep it real, and he's going to find another way, through the way he does it, and have some respect for the way he
Mm.
approaches the Captain America suit and the responsibility of being Cap. So yeah, he's
And then he died.
completely cooked. Yeah, yeah. So, but yeah, and then now we got no Armor Wars coming out. They canceled Wonder Man. They canceled Blade. Monica Rambeau may or may not be in these movies coming up. But yeah, they I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, no, they definitely need to figure some stuff out with a few of their characters. But like I'm saying, yeah, if they just kind of their next step, I like kind of like what I was saying earlier. It's like if they need to like not have these bullshit TV series and really like it would hit to have a Spider-Man TV series at this point, kind of showcasing those first four years, maybe even a little bit after, maybe a little bit whatever. Like you don't have to have the whole 6 episodes or 12 episodes, whatever, on just the previous 4 years, but have a good 3 episodes like showcasing, how Scorpion got out, the tech suit, how he was able to get that damage control or
Mhm.
whatever. I can't remember that other guy. In not it wasn't Fist, but it was the other guy with the sharp teeth. I can't remember what his name is villain wise, but I know that villain as a
Hammerhead.
Spider-Man villain. Yeah, yeah, I know that villain as a Spider-Man villain, but like,
Yeah.
what is he even doing? Like, what's he up to? Like, what the
Mhm.
fuck? Like,
Yeah.
just to see him like already be hemmed up, it's like, oh, okay, like,
Yeah.
all right. If you don't know anything about Spider-Man, you don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
So kind of just at least just giving me a little bit more insight on that because those are all action scenes. That's all cool Spider-Man stuff that we
Yeah.
like to see. But then yeah, kind of get a story, develop a story around that, and then just kind of continue on. I mean, whatever happened to Punisher and Spider-Man with the Manhattan Bridge or whatever, you know,
Okay.
um, it definitely made that seem like something. And
Yeah.
I
Do
hope
you know how he saved his life? Because I went back, I couldn't figure out what they were saying.
I mean, that's what I was hoping that was in, the season 2. I thought Spider-Man just made a fucking showcasing it in Punisher season 2. I was like, man,
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
definitely gonna watch that. But
Okay.
if
Okay.
not, yeah, I got no idea.
No, it was
Um,
something that was off
Staten Island.
Staten Island.
yes,
Yeah,
and
it was something that they it's kind of like with Hawkeye and Black Widow when they did something in Beluga or
Budapest.
whatever. Budapest. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's like, nigga,
That's,
okay. We
that's
never got
supposed
to
to
see
be.
what happened. Yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
just gotta accept it. You know. But
Yeah.
we were touching on it before. Um, how do you think? First of all, let's talk about the him and his relationship with his friends, Ned and with MJ. Let's talk about MJ real quick and how their relationship evolved. Clearly, by the end of the movie, you see that you know she now knows that these things have happened, but she did not get those memories back. The scene where sees the letter, the note that he left for her. Oh, and once he left it there, I knew that she's gonna find it. But that scene was done so well, I think, and her not just immediately knowing, what what they went through, and her saying pretty much like I get it, but I don't really know you was
Yeah.
realistic to me. I didn't want by the end of this movie all of a sudden, oh, they're in love again. It could have happened in a cool way, but it was very much grounded. And I think that even before that, the moment where that he was working on the inhibitor, and it's like the curtain between them, and they're kind of talking, kind of flirting, and he's like just trying to get he's like saying stuff about her boyfriend, kind of being she's like a little guarded and all this stuff, and it's like he sounds like an asshole. Like, that scene, it felt real natural. And I want to see more of that with them as we see, the future Spider-Mans. Because it makes those moments where, she makes him take off the mask more important. She's like, listen, I need to talk to Peter Parker. She pointed to his name.
Right.
It was really dope. I thought they handled that relationship and how it evolved from her not knowing anything to now very maturely, but realistic.
Yeah. Just real quick, and kind of what we either segued and kind of went back on a little bit earlier is just the magic aspect of it. Um, I want to say, like, other than just forgetting that Spider-Man is Peter Parker in the movie, like it had to also be like any pictures that were taken together, any types of anything interacting
Mm.
with also be erased because even at the party, like they didn't necessarily recognize this guy's face as a whole.
You know
So it's
what?
like
Because
to all that point, yeah.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but you reminded me of something. In the
Mm,
intro to the movie, they're showing moments and scenes of Spider-Man and with his friends and family, and he disappears, and then you just
Yeah,
see
he's
that.
wiped away.
So I think that the spell also did, to your point, removing from pictures any type of video that would have been taken with that
Yeah,
involved.
digital and everything like that. Yeah,
That
yeah.
would be weird though, because if you're talking to him, then you just if there's a video where they're talking to him, that means you're talking to nobody.
That, that, that I mean, but realistically, like if you think about it, she has memories walking in Prague with somebody, but don't know who she's walking with. Like, so it can be a fogged memory
Okay.
that she can't put,
mm.
or she can have that memory of just walking through Prague on that and just observing. Like, she might not have a memory of a conversation. She just might have a memory of that moment,
But if
right?
there's
Because
CCTV and you see that video of her walking in Prague and she's talking to her, talking to like nobody there, she's gonna look schizophrenic. If that were the case.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it,
go ahead, Dace.
yeah, it could definitely be like a blurred face, like in terms of a memory,
Okay.
because like to the point of like Wong, like right, like Wong has also been under this type of spell, and it's not like it's like super um like damaging like his processes or whatever. Like granted he's Sorcerer Supreme or whatever magic, like he kind of has that type of form, so it could be different between humans and
Okay.
sorcerers or
Magic
whatever.
magic users.
But
Yeah.
yeah, but to the point of like, yeah, I think just to even that aspect of it, like Peter might still be a name in the school registry for all the kids to kind of like still have that. So like for Ned to be like Peter, we do have to figure that out, and I'm not going to just like make a whimsical type of guess, but yeah, it's like whether you want to say like he's magical, so he kind of has that type of memory or whatever. Whether they just do develop a whole new story around why he's able to even recognize maybe not him as Spider-Man, but him as Peter.
You know what it was? I think when he left to go, handle Jean Grey and the whole damage control shit. She said,
Yeah.
"Okay, so see you later, Peter," or something like that. And he's like, his name's Peter. Like he asked, MJ.
Yeah.
Ned asked MJ, like, is like Spider-Man's name is Peter? So he didn't know there was a Peter in the
Hmm.
Spider-Man suit. So when they did their handshake and everything, I believe maybe he just like, oh, you're Spider-Man. So he just said, speak, like, he put two together, like, oh, you're Peter. Like, you're Peter. This is the Peter
Mm.
form of you. You know, maybe he didn't get memories back though, but that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
Possibly. That's my assumption as of right now. But maybe he did. Who knows?
I mean, the from what I understand is that this I have to go back and watch the spell and watch the movie. I don't know if he says that people don't remember that Peter Parker is Spider-Man or people forget that I ever existed. Because if it's that Peter Parker isn't Spider-Man, then
I think it
it's
is the latter.
it's the
I think it's
latter.
I think it's the
Okay.
latter. I think yeah, Peter never
I think
existed
Doctor
because
Strange
he was
even
like
said you will
yeah,
feel like
yeah,
Are
you
you
never. It'll be
sure?
like you never existed. That's what he said, like
yeah.
verbatim.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay, okay. So he never existed. So again, but we are also in a reality where did Ned forget that he has a sling ring? Did Ned forget about opening portals for another Peter Parker?
Mm.
Did Ned
Yeah.
forget about all the
All people Parkers because they met the other ones
because
too.
he spoke specifically like, yo, Peter saved me. I mean, Spider Man saved me here, 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 and here. I remember this nigga swinging and grabbing me. He just don't remember that that's Peter.
Right.
So he
Yeah.
remembers that it's a Spider Man. He just don't remember that that's a Peter. And mind you, Spider Man now has completely turned over babyface in New York City, where he is the man now. So
Friendly neighborhood
Ned
Spider-Man.
feel
Yeah.
so Ned now feels really attached to somebody who was heroic. So
Not a menace. Yeah, he's not a menace.
so when you're putting this when my thing is when she says be safe Peter when he's leaving,
Hmm.
I don't know how he would equate the handshake to Peter.
Right.
That's what I'm hung up on.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hung up on. If they have a way to explain the magic to me, then I will be able to digest it a little bit more. I did like the ending to Chidi's point where it wasn't where him and MJ got together because again, a lot of people said that MJ and Spider Man when that happens and she forget when Spider Man makes a deal with Mephisto or the devil, one of the two. I think it's Mephisto to save Aunt May, and he has to not be married to MJ at that time. That then opens him up to be with your girl, Black
Gwen
Cat.
Stacy.
You know what I'm saying?
Black Cat. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. So that you know what I mean. So like we have now open interpretation now to where you know Peter Peter can accept that when MJ says I don't love you, if he can have MJ as a friend and have his best friend Ned back, I think he's good with
He's
that.
good. He's good. Yeah.
And I think we might get Peter in the black suit.
So
I'm good with
speaking
that
of
too.
the black suit,
Right. That end credit scene got to be some.
okay, yeah, the end credit scene. I don't know what the hell that is, but what I do not like is that there's so many loose ends in the MCU right now, and they are not wrapping up any of them. Instead, they're creating more. One, Hulk and his son. His son wasn't even mentioned, as if he doesn't exist. I don't. I
Why are you so hung up about that, bro?
relax. Reason why is don't introduce the kid in the first place.
He ain't mentioned his cousin either. Where's She-Hulk at? You so tied up about the son. We're the actual person that they made this show about. You talking about a one character at the end of the finale. Where is She-Hulk?
She's on the West Coast. She's the West Coast. My thing is, your son and your cousin are two different relationships. Is his son living in New York? Like, and he's a green ass boy, But
is Kendrick Kid staying in New York, nigga? No, they on the West Coast, nigga.
Listen.
Why did you move to New York?
Listen, is his son in New York, bro? Is his son if does he even have a son anymore? I'm not ignoring that. But that's neither here nor there. At the end of No Way Home, Venom came, was in the universe, was at a bar. He then goes back to his universe. And what's left over is a symbiote.
Wait, we don't know if he went to his universe. We don't know if he went to his universe.
We do because they did a Venom 3 and he did a whole bullshit ass movie in Venom 3. He had his own universe. So what we do know is the symbiote is still left in the MCU. And we have no wrapped up with that. We have not, and guess in Secret Wars, Spider-Man's in the black suit. The entire arc in the comic book. So are we going there? Are we seeing it? I don't know. Spider-Man will return where? Who knows?
He would have returned in Secret Wars.
So not in Doomsday.
Why would we need him in Doomsday?
I'm not saying we need him. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying we don't know. No, Doomsday is for us to kill off all the old X-Men so we can get new X-Men. That's the purpose of Doomsday. Okay.
I think so.
The Doomsday is to get rid of old Logan, get rid of old Cyclops, get rid of old Professor X, get rid of old ass Magneto, get rid of motherfucking Nightcrawler. Doomsday is to kill all them niggas.
So you're saying more or less on what has been told comic wise, or what we've seen now in the MCU, because none of that necessarily makes sense right now in the MCU, because Professor X, from what we've seen in the MCU, is now already dead thanks to Scarlet Witch.
No, that was a variant. That was a variant.
Right.
Yeah. But we haven't had a Professor X in our universe. That's what I'm saying. So
this is they're on a new universe. Oh shit! Damn, Daze, you don't know nothing.
Damn.
Did you watch the Marvels?
Yeah, I seen that piece of shit ass movie.
Okay, so they're in the new universe, bro. Why was that a piece of shit ass movie? First and foremost,
Marvels with the fucking fragment light bitch, and then the black bitch, and then the black bitch goes over somewhere else to close.
Hold on. First and foremost, Kamala Khan is the first known mutant in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Let's not disrespect her, okay? She would have played a very pivotal part if Jonathan Major wasn't chasing around this white bitch in New York City, as we keep mentioning New York so damn much. Maybe we need to get out of New York.
You're talking about in her TV series?
Yeah, in her TV series. Yeah, in her TV series, she was identified as a mutant.
Okay.
So.
Wow. Okay. What is that?
Sounds good. What I'm saying is that she is very important with that movie being what it is, because we were just talking about characters who don't understand their powers. Monica Rambeau just got her powers in WandaVision. She don't know what the fuck wrong with her. She don't know what she got. She don't know what she can do. She ain't fighting no battles. She ain't no motherfucker at this point, Chidi. She ain't no X-Men. She ain't no Avenger. She don't know what the fuck she is. She don't know if she Photon, Binary, Miss Marvel. She don't know what the fuck she is. She just Monica with powers. So I think she needed that movie because her and Miss Marvel. Huh? What'd you say?
No, it's just a chick named Monica.
And that's what I'm saying. A chick named Monica that got some powers, nigga. She don't know what the fuck going on. She need Professor X, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm not gonna say it was a good. I'm not saying it was a good movie. I'm not saying it was a good movie. I'm saying that that point in the MCU was necessary because, again, Carol Danvers, she needed something. I think Chidi, we talked about it. So we could have had something else, but I think that they killed three birds with one stone. because at WandaVision we was very excited about Monica Rambeau getting her powers. The series of Miss Marvel, the television series, was not a bad series, and at the end of that series, it was left with the cliffhanger with her crashing into the closet and her morphing into the body. So I thought that they just did a movie to clear all that up, get that all fleshed out. Which, okay, it lost money. So fucking what? Like, y'all got enough money to make movies during the pandemic, motherfucker. Who cares? Like, so what I think that it was a necessary story. It wasn't the greatest story. It wasn't good, but it was necessary because at the end of that bullshit ass movie, like you said, Daze, for them to save the universe that they were in, Monica had to pierce through into another universe. So to your point, that universe has the X-Men that we know of.
Right.
I think for them to go into a Marvel's X-Men, they will have to create a brand new X-Men. If you follow the comics, they will have a battle world. After battle world, where everybody's damn near dead and people are the best of the best, they will create a new world. I think that will be the world where we have a streamlined, a timeline where everybody will be in a simple timeline.
And to my point, so this ain't whole pod, then you can just introduce the X-Men after that. You know, I don't think you need to.
X-Men is integral in Secret Wars, though. X-Men is very integral.
But you have the Fox people to do that role. You know, and they
you have who? Yeah,
you know, to do that. You know, so you don't have to have the MCU X-Men debuted until afterwards. You know, I just think that I don't want them to rush things. And I want them to make loose ends that they are never going to tie up in the MCU. As for the post-credit scene, Spider-Man clearly going to have another movie. He's going to clearly show up in Secret Wars at some point. I just hope he gets that black suit, bro. I don't know. I wish that post-credit scene of the symbiote at least was talked about in this movie, at least was mentioned. It matters to me, bro. Like these things, these loose ends that don't ever get talked about matters to me to make sure that, hey, they know what's going on. Kevin Feige and the writers and directors know, and they're like, hey guys, hey, we are aware.
But the symbiote can. But the symbiote can survive through the. Can the symbiote survive where you think the movie's headed? Because we have a doomsday.
I don't know where the movie's headed as far as. I think that we should get it at some point. I don't know how they're gonna get the Secret Wars and the Doomsday and all that stuff. I'm curious of how Battle World is created because I still haven't read the Secret Wars comic. I'm going to by the time it comes out. But I want to get through to that. By the time I read through everything that I need to read, I have a big reading list. Then I will have a better feeling on, hey, can they still fit that symbiote thing in there, or can they still fit in a couple of other angles? Because we got Doomsday, and then we have a whole full calendar year until Secret Wars. Those are the next two movies, guys. Like we're not getting no filler in between that, and that's why
Black Panther. Yeah. Black Panther.
No, that's 2028. We're not getting that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
So I'm looking at this like, damn, like, when are we going to wrap up these loose ends that you guys created in these past couple phases, or will Doomsday and Secret Wars just erase all that shit? Like all of a sudden, that's why I bring.
So let me
not have a son anymore because of you choose to not put him in the universe now. Or you just retconning everything because. You guys fucked up. Or
is that a real loose end? Like because if he has a son, what would you want him to do with that son? Here's
the problem I have with it. Why did you introduce the son? You should have a plan. They should have a plan for even putting him in there. If you guys had a plan, then we should be able to see it and see it consistent to like, oh, we remember that we did this. We remember that we didn't have to just shoehorn this kid. You did not need to do that.
What I'm asking is, hold on. I hear you. Hold on. I'm hearing you. I just want to ask you this: do you care if She-Hulk shows up in the next two movies? As you care so much about the son? Yes. As so much you care about the son. Do you care if She-Hulk shows up?
I'm not talking about She-Hulk. You got to understand something.
Okay.
Hulk is the main person involved in this whole thing. The reason why we have the She-Hulk is because of Hulk. The reason why we have the Sun is because of Hulk. So I care about Hulk's representation in these movies. So when you do a pivotal thing, like introduce that he has a son and never explain it, it's a problem for me, bro. So yes, She-Hulk is not. I don't
But
really
that
don't
was
care
in a
about
but
She-Hulk.
that was in a but that was a
She-Hulk can
TV
pop
show
up.
though. But do you want continuity? I asked you this. Do we now Daze, I'm asking you as well, and I ask you too. Do the television shows have to have continuity with the movies? Because in that She-Hulk story, in that TV series, that nigga Hawk was in the first two episodes and then the last. He wasn't a through line
That
through
was a
that
she.
whole episode.
I'm not talking about the She-Hulk
I
series.
know, but
He
I
wasn't a
know,
through
but
line. That's even more reason why you don't do what they fucking did. So you are essentially wasting your fans' time, or essentially making that people who actually like I want to follow the MCU and watch everything. You are giving them fodder to then leave the loose end empty and say he doesn't have a son anymore. One, they shouldn't have introduced a son because the story of Hulk really matters. For like that son is very important in the Hulk story, very important. So when you introduce something, it's almost like in WWE when they start a storyline and they just forget it completely. That's what they did with the Hulk thing. So the reason why that you put him in our face and now you are telling us that he has a son. Even if you mention it slightly, it makes the audience feel comfort that, oh, you guys are aware that this thing exists and that you're not going to ignore it. That's what I get from that. When they brought up in Captain America: Brave New World, okay, they have adamantium, and it's because of what happened in Eternals with the Celestial that came out of the fucking ground. I really appreciate that because it shows that you're not acting like all these catastrophic things that you're doing to the story, these big moments, you try to pay it off eventually, right?
well, that's
So,
not true because Eternals. I would the thing of I would
what's not
argue.
true? Look what I said.
Hold on. What the payoffs that they giving you of what they laid treat the only reason I'm asking you, and I know you said it's not about She-Hulk, and you're saying that the Hawk son is very important to the story of Hawk. What I would say is they've never given us a story of Hawk for me to follow exclusively. So as you say that, that's my first time understanding. Just like when I'm hearing Rich say he don't like Thor Ragnarok because when Hawk is supposed to be on Planet Hawk, that's supposed to be its own movie. I'm not understanding that until you guys tell me.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
so,
yeah, yeah. I get why you're not
so
putting two
so,
together.
but with
Yeah.
the TV show, I've asked, do you need continuity with the TV show to bleed into the MCU? And with that being said, Hulk had disappeared during that TV show. When he came back with his son.
For no fucking reason. But that's a big character development. If you're watching the Hulk from beginning till now, you know that there's some sun floating around somewhere that has nothing like that that they
You said
shoehorned in here.
from beginning to now. The only thing that I know is that Hawk son could have been produced while he was on Planet Hawk. That's not that long for me.
No,
Like
no,
so,
that's not the point I'm trying to make. It's not that long. It's not
okay,
that long for me either.
okay,
But
so
my thing is, if you care about that character, having a kid is a pivotal moment for that character. And if you guys go into Secret Wars and his son doesn't show up or his son doesn't die or whatever you're trying to whatever the reason why to put him in that show, you should have a plan. That's my only thing. Don't do that if you don't have a plan.
okay, I only
So
the
now that
reason
you
why
forced him, figure something out that is worth that character, going through. I mean, she could have manipulated his son. I don't know, but like my
we
thing is,
we we haven't had Harry Styles show up after the internals. And see, I think that's more pivotal to the MCU and what the internals and celestials and everything like that. Like, I think at the end of
but
that,
we
that
haven't seen
starts.
any Eternals at all since then. My point is that you still can save that. Like, but the more and
I,
more you see of Hulk and you don't have to see the sun, It's like, what the fuck did you do that for? You know what I mean? It's like piss on your
Well,
fans, telling us raining.
not really. We saw how intuitive that Celestial was in Brave New World. Like again, like Star Fox is a big deal from what I understand, from what I researched. So for me, like I'm more red flagged of who and what Star Fox is to the MCU than Hawk's son that was in
They're
some.
both problems. They're both big problems. They are both big problems for the MCU for me. And I don't know how you solve that within 2 movies. I don't know how you solve either one of those. I'm like, do you want the fans to just forget about all that shit? And that's the problem I have with the MCU right now. Do you want the fans to just be like, oh, Thor had a son at the end of She-Hulk, but forget about it. It doesn't exist anymore. Like, and there's so many stories where Hulk could be a really big deal, even if it's not his own movie, where the son is involved as well. You know, if you want to do another Avengers, that comes into play. I'm sorry, like it does. If you want to have Hulk involved in anything, that should come into play because that's the last time you saw him.
But
But that
we
Okay.
do have the younger Avengers coming. Can the Hawk's son be prevalent in that?
maybe
Okay, thank you.
For what She-Hulk did, did they kind of even say like how old he was at the end of it, or it was just like
nigga
born?
just popped up with a bad haircut.
No, he just came. He was just there.
So he was already, what would you say, like 8,
No, he looked like he
9?
was a teenager, a
Okay,
grown
so
man.
he's already a teenager. So okay, so yeah, so we don't know. So because yeah, I didn't see She-Hulk because I don't give a fuck
Oh yeah,
about
okay,
fucking
okay.
twerking. So, so for the sake of a teenager, it's probably been about 8 years from either in the last time where She-Hulk is until now in terms of the timeline.
Yeah,
So if he's already a teenager, he should be more or less Spider-Man's age. No, well, no, he should be more or less
yeah, little less.
18,
Yeah,
18,
Spider Man about early 20s, early 20s.
or
Because once you
so he'd
once
be
you
more early
graduate,
20s then.
yeah, when you graduate college, 4 years of college after high school, you're what, 22, 23, 24,
23, yeah.
25? Yeah, around there. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he was a late teenager. He was definitely in high school when you
Yeah,
see
yeah.
him in
When we
She-Hulk.
seen him, when I seen him, he looked like 12, 13, 14 in that series. And
Okay.
honestly, I ain't gonna hold you. My dad had to come get me when I was 13. My dad wasn't in my life. I'm gonna keep it real. I was in Buffalo, he was in Birmingham. My dad had to come get me at 13. Maybe Hawk had to leave his cousin because he kept getting phone calls from his baby mama. It was like, hey, this Hawk nigga is hawking. You gotta come get this nigga, boy. And he had to go up there and get his son.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean I can't really say too much about it, but if this even leads to some type of like I mean I can't predict if he's gonna be in Infinity or Doomsday or Secret War. Like
He's probably
I don't
not,
even
and I
know.
think it's a big misstep. And the point that I'm making is that the symbiote should be involved because they use that as another cliffhanger. And Star Fox, all that stuff. Like I just have an issue with it. If I'm gonna go to all these movies and spend my money and enjoy and watch all your Disney Plus stuff, as a fan, I do think that the least we can ask for is like proper continuity and not to ignore the fans' investment on certain things and not use these post-credit scenes as fodder that don't mean anything. They clearly mean a lot to the fan base now. So when you show a symbiote in a bar or a cafe at the end of a movie of No Way Home, and now we're in Brand New Day, and it's never talked about or never even mentioned or even seen, I do have a little bit of an issue with that. I hope that maybe in the
Well,
next Spider-Man we
is
get it, or
Venom still Sony?
Venom's still Sony. Yeah, they did a whole trilogy with them.
Okay, so I know what I'm saying is maybe it ain't worth the juice the squeeze right now business wise.
Then you
Like
don't put
maybe
that
like
symbiote at the end of the last movie, though.
I
No.
mean you can't say you hold on. That was back. That's back. You're saying that was done when they thought they probably had a chance of getting it at a good price or a good deal or whatever the case may be. Like it was already that was already a thing that's shot. The reason why I'm saying that is because we had no idea that Fox will fold and be bought by Disney. from when we at 6553, when we were first watching MCU movies, and we never thought that we was going to get a merger. Right, we thought niggas was gonna hold on to their intellectual. Well, I mean, what I'm saying is the intellectual property was worth so much that at the time we never thought that people would sell that off or license it off
because the movies weren't good. Like they were falling off on both Sony and Fox. That's what that was me, and I was saying that's why I was so gung ho about getting Storm and Black Panther together when we were talking about that. I was like, yeah, man, I want to see Storm in the MCU. I thought it was possible. I thought like one day we're gonna get that, and now we're here. We might get that, you know. So I'm excited for that. But my thing is like which I appreciate. You know, you add in the Punisher, you add in Hulk and Yelena, and we're like, oh, bet, and then they added Daredevil as his lawyer in the last Spider-Man, which was so cool. Like these
I
things.
mean, Matt Murdock was in that episode too, where he introduced his son. I'm saying,
yeah.
So there is something that can be there, you know, that's available at this time. You said you want Luke Cage and Jessica Jones to be like that relationship to be introduced. We got a Daredevil season 3. Like there, and if Kevin Feige himself said we're thinking about things until 2042, which I mean, if he's thinking that way, I will hope that he has the same, because he's a fan as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like the intricacies of the suits and how he's presenting the costumes. I know, Daze, you haven't seen a lot of Doomsday. You haven't seen trailers. You haven't seen anything. But he is very in tune of how he wants things to be presented because he has full reins as a comic geek. So for me, I trust him a little bit with his adaptation to give me as close to what he can give through written form, although he can't give us full-fledged written form in cinema.
To add on to that, yes, we just seen, you know, or in the last movie we did just see that little sliver of the symbiote, not necessarily Venom, right? So if you're thinking of it a little bit more, again, not necessarily what we've seen of Venom and just what we've seen on screen. The symbiote itself wasn't I mean, Venom obviously went back to his own reality and whatever, but that little residue was left. Now, will it just take 4 years for that residue to develop into what it was Venom-wise? Who can say? I don't really care about that part. I'm more or less saying for a Spider-Man villain as we know of Venom, do I want Venom to be in this movie in some aspect where Spider-Man is just becoming the Spider-Man as we know him? I don't think I need Venom right now. I don't need it because when I do get Venom, I want Venom to literally be a citywide threat that, I mean, you got symbiotes all over the place. You got, you know, Venom, taking over just regular humans where Spider-Man has to kind of deal with a citywide threat Venom versus just a Venom single character, and you just got to beat up this guy with his bell. Like Venom as a whole should be a cared for villain that is, yes, a citywide threat, and to the point of what I'm saying with all these intertwined characters, you know, Punisher should be intertwined with, you know, having the symbiote. Wolverine should be I'm not saying it should be, but it should be a possibility. Whereas I don't want just Spider-Man and Venom to have a conflict and then they solve it in one movie.
So if like,
but it should be
Spider-Man,
it should be I mean, I don't want to say
symbiote powers
with the symbiote.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
I hear you. Possibly that could be possible because it could expand, right, and split up, and you know, because to be honest with you, right now they butchered Venom so bad, I don't even want to see Venom at all anymore. Fuck it, just give me Black Suit Spider-Man.
Yeah,
and if he just gets absorbed by the symbiote, you know, and like on the way to Secret Wars or whatever, you know, I'll take it. I don't even need to see Venom at this point.
Yeah, I mean, because like this is their tie-in to bring that villain into the universe, whether it's Fox or whatever. Like again, I don't necessarily. I knew that like Fox or whatever had the licensing or whatever, but I'm not necessarily wanting to pay attention to the political aspects of it. I'm just kind of seeing what is shown on screen and whether it can make sense in the future,
Yeah.
developments of whatever they do. So for loose ends and stuff, yes, there are definitely loose ends. Would I consider that necessarily a loose end? Not necessarily a loose end. It is just something that it could be, propelled in another movie, in another Spider-Man movie, or whatever they want to call it. Where they again, if you could just give me pretty much the video game.
Tom is slated for 2 more movies. They got a 5 and a 6.
Okay, yeah. So
they got a 5 and a 6.
If you could give me this game called Spider-Man Webs of Shadows, which was on the PlayStation 2 back in the day, where I mean, fucking shit was crazy. Shit was crazy as fuck. And that's where Black Cat kind of came into play, where Spider-Man is making a decision to either like be a more heroic hero and solve these situations, or let the symbiote kind of take hold and kind of take control of the city, because I have these powers and stuff. So obviously, you're gonna have that dilemma or whatever with Black Cat kind of being that little whisper in the ear of this is your city, like you can take that shit, like you're Spider-Man.
If that actress is who you show, nigga, she can talk me do anything.
Nah, for real.
I can move mountains, my nigga.
Nigga, I can move multiverses, nigga. What you talking about?
This nigga talking about he Franklin around this up.
Yeah, no, seriously. But yeah, I think I don't necessarily even, because like they don't have an Oscorp in this MCU universe to like say like, oh yeah, we caught this like crazy specimen and we're doing tests on it. Whether it's just developing, you show me in another movie or whatever, or in his specific movie. He just kind of was growing or whatever, because he didn't have the main host's brain, because obviously it went with Eddie. So I don't know. I think if you think a little bit, back up just a little bit on like what is actually being shown versus again the political aspects of like what is, I think you can kind of give some things a little bit of grace. I don't think the things was enough, like was a thing to give grace with, because that literally was a thing that could have destroyed the world, and it's still a hand in the world at this current moment. I think that should definitely be a thing that you should be able to see, nigga, from New York, nigga. If I look high enough, nigga, I should be able to see a fucking fingernail, my nigga. To the point. So, yeah. So there's definitely bigger fish to wind up, but I don't think this Venom one is of that.
Do you think that if they ignored it, you're fine with it?
No.
That's all I'm trying to say. They should not ignore it, and that's.
I think we're gonna get Black. I think we're gonna in the next 4 movies or 3 movies. I don't know if he's gonna be in Doomsday. I think if they are, they're keeping it under wraps. But I do for sure know that he's gonna be in Secret Wars, and then he got his next 2. Within the next 3 movies, I think we get Black Suit Spider-Man. And within Black Suit Spider-Man, we should be able to get a foot. So the reason why I brought that up is because in the comics, the lady that he's talking to in the movie, she actually dies by the hands of Eddie Brock in the comics. So they have a through line for him to come back in this universe. Where his reputation in the comics, his reputation gets, he reports on something. He's a reporter, and his reputation gets because it wasn't true, and he kills her. And then, yeah. That's what I'm saying. So, I don't know, but with that being said, I really think what I want to see is they have to answer what happened with Cap at the end of Endgame, or it was Endgame when he went and
Old
stayed
as white razor.
old ass white. Yeah, when he like, what was the ramification of that? Because from what I
That
understand
nigga wanted
is,
the Wu-Tang.
bro, that
He
nigga
said, I
said I've
gotta
been
go back in
frozen.
time to hit that, man.
That nigga said
Like
he said
I didn't get my real chance.
See, that's that bullshit. You know, that's not something fucking. Hey, that ain't something. Hey, I don't know. It's all
that
good
ain't
though.
something. That ain't something you fuck up time for, boy. What he hit it and stayed in the timeline, bro. Like you didn't even hit
Fucked
it
up
and then
all
leave,
the work they
nigga. It
did.
fucked up all of nigga. Listen. So I really want. I really need, to your point, in these next two movies.
He
So
said, I'll take it back.
to answer your point about Hawk's son, Chidi, I just looked it up. They said that they have been keeping Hawk's son kind of under wraps, but what they are anticipating is that the Young Avengers roster, they have heroes like Kamala Khan, Kate Bishop, Casey Lang, Riri Williams, and then they'll
Ugh.
have the yo. What is wrong with you, bro?
fucking Riri Williams. Fucking.
Yo, hold on. That's the only one you gonna talk about, the black girl? All
No,
right,
no,
man.
they all can kick rocks. They all can kick rocks. Kick a fucking boulder. If it's left up to my ass, fucking kick a fucking asteroid. Kick a fucking symbiote
Yo,
asteroid.
this is
Fuck
the
it.
thing. They were so eager to do Young Avengers that they rushed so much shit, bro. We don't need them yet. Let's be real. And
Hold
like
on.
if they
They didn't know they didn't need them. They thought that they thought that they made enough money. They thought that they fed us what they can feed us, and they thought that they can let Chris Evans, Robert Downey, and everybody make other movies instead of hero movies. And then we said, nah. And they had to come bring their ass back. And that's what happened. We as consumers, they didn't rush it. They had a really good, they felt like if they changed through the phase of television series, they was able to then get them able to be prepared for the big screen. Y'all shitted on the television series. They definitely wasn't going to take a loss on a big budget movie.
like this is what I'm saying, and this is why I think they rushed it. They're so eager to put these guys together and get a Hulkling in there. But like I always said, like I said at the beginning of this podcast, when you choose one path, you erase all the other paths. When you choose one path, you erase all the other paths. So when you bring up his son out of nowhere at the end of She-Hulk, you remove Planet Hulk. And when you do the whole thing, you do it regular. If you remove that whole storyline, we're not doing that. What you also do, you remove World War Hulk because that spurred on a whole thing. Maybe they gotta kill his son now because that's how he gets there. He thinks his son and wife is dead. He's not. They're not. But he thinks they're dead, and that's what makes him enraged. And he goes on this rampage. These are
But they can't
really
tell a backstory for that?
these are really cool moments that I think the MCU would need would I would love to see in the MCU, like him almost causing a catastrophic world-breaking event. You know, they're also the moments where he fought Sentry, where he fought Wolverine. These are things that we can still get. So when you talk about Hulk and how you use him, I don't want him to just be this guy who wrecks shop for no reason, just for him to be a fodder of how do we deal with Hulk right now? Just a problem, and that's how they use him right now. What about his actual storyline? And I think that I get it. We can't do a whole movie, but you can add in bits and pieces of his storyline, so it causes a through line for him. Right now, he's just a nuisance for Spider-Man, as he was in this movie. He's a nuisance for the Avengers, and and you have to get around the Hulk problem to get to the main problem. You know what I mean?
But I think to your point of when you said he's a nuisance, he is who he is as a
He's
person
he's a
because
sexist. He's a
but
sex
he's
prop.
but he need Bruce Banner is integral in Spider-Man, Peter Parker understanding what is going on with him. Bruce Banner, I know we're talking about Hulk, right? But Bruce Banner is Hulk. Bruce Banner is very intricate and how Peter Parker is learning how to be a man when he doesn't have anybody else. There's no Tony Stark. There's no Aunt May.
Yeah,
He
we can
can't
talk
even
about
like.
that.
So,
I don't mind that. I said
but,
that him
but,
going
but
to
what
Bruce
I
Banner, I had no problem with that. Yeah.
but what I'm but to your point though, as his inhibitor breaks, that inhibitor. So when the Savage Hulk that we're speaking of, that we don't know if that Savage Hulk has taken place previously. That's what I'm saying. So if they were to do a world Hulk to show how the inhibitor was then now managed or created, or how Bruce, like, you know what I mean? Because I don't even know, they didn't tell the backstory of how they made Smart Hulk. He just said several weeks and like I don't like we there is no process of how Hulk becomes Hulk or Bruce is Bruce. Like I didn't know that this nigga was this smart of a scientist, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Compared to where '08 started, where with the Incredible Hulk, like the evolution of how smart he is and where he's at scientifically, there is no backstory to that. So there is some grace for that to be had if they were ever to say we're going to give you a story of how the Hulk became the Hulk in the MCU. We got it originally in the Incredible Hulk, but maybe they tell it again of why he flew. What I don't know. I just have faith that more oftentimes than not with the loose ends that you speak of, to me, I don't see how they don't have an opportunity to do so as they're about to kill off the multiverse. So they have all these one-time opportunities to then tie up loose ends. Here comes Star Fox. Oh, he's not as bad as Thanos. Kill this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, or whatever the fuck. Like, or or the son comes to help with to fight alongside his dad and Secret Wars. I know that's part of in the comics or something like that. So there are opportunities for these characters to be tied into and then burnt off, or tied into and then launched them into their own because we still have
The problem with the
Eternals too.
MCU is they the problem with the MCU is they essentially jumped over the characters they introduced. They introduced Captain Marvel. They introduced, Rhodey, Falcon, and they jumped over really establishing them in their own rights of their films, the new Black Widow and all that stuff, and giving them their Captain America, Iron Man, Thor. We've had like two of each before we even got an Avengers movie. But what they did is they started before they were really established as characters that people can attach to. They when if they started introducing Shang-Chi, started introducing, the other Marvel chick, and it got kind of muddled, and then they throw it in all the kids, the Ant-Man son or girl, and then the Hawkeye girl, and like they started doing all, and I think they were trying to get to that Young Avengers so badly that they sped through what they were already building with the War Machines and the Anthony Mackie's Falcon and the Captain Marvels and the Winter Soldiers. These people who we've been around, who were still around after Endgame, they could have built a universe around them the way they started with the other guys, and made us really kind of see the through line to where we are now, where you can bring back these guys, Captain America, and it feel real organic, but I'm not gonna hold on to what could have been. We have all these loose ends for me that I'm not very comfortable with, but at the end of the day, where they are now, with Spider-Man, I enjoyed it as a film. At the end of the day, this is all about money and box office and all that stuff. It's killing, and part of the reason why it's killing is I think that there's a lot more time being taken for making these movies. Like I mentioned to you guys, we're gonna get Doomsday at the end of the year. Then it's a whole year of no Marvel until Secret Wars at the end of December of next year, the following year. So I like the slower pace now that they're doing to develop these movies because it gives time for breathing and it also gives us time to like want to see another superhero movie, it makes us, absence makes the heart grow fonder. On top of that, quality is better than quantity. So I'm praying that from Secret Wars further on, we don't get the mess of the past phases, and we can all forget this stuff. I'm praying that some of these loose ends do eventually come into play down the line, but I'm not gonna hold myself to that. And I think Spider-Man was a good step in the right direction to see if they start incorporating this world and making it feel really intertwined. Um, and that's where I think it's going. I think Doomsday and Secret Wars are going to be amazing because it's kind of like a love letter to all the superhero movies we've seen in the past on Fox and Sony Spider-Man stuff too. Deadpool's going to be in there, So I'm really interested to see how they bring it all together. And I know people gonna die, but I'm with it. But I think what Spider-Man did here is gonna get people prepared for what's coming next because it's gonna be Spider-Man times 10. You know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't really know too much, or will predict too much on what Doomsday or Secret War will have until until I see it or more or less or whatever. But yeah, kind of keeping on the streamline of Spider-Man itself. If they do pull, if you're saying like they're going into this multiverse situation, based on the Captain Marvels or whatever, and you got that situation going on. I think it's definitely a situation just to kind of tie it in again to Spider-Man. Um, I definitely wouldn't mind, and because they actually did mention it a little bit in the Doctor Strange Spider-Man movie, No Way Home or whatever. Um, I definitely wouldn't mind the Amazing Spider-Man in that movie with the black suit, just because of how he was a little bit darker in his movies, at least to start or whatever. I think his suit would actually pretty kind of look kind of cool with the symbiote or like his aesthetic. And it would finally give him a good movie or a good like features
Okay.
for his series.
I never thought about
You
that.
know, yeah,
Do,
just
do,
because yeah, we've seen the last scene of it being off world. So if it is off world and if they are kind of going into the thing, because I was telling my girl like we don't know how that Spidey tracker works necessarily in terms of is it like people saying oh Spider-Man's here or is it like
yeah,
is it just
yeah.
tracking something?
Yeah.
Because it might not be tracking that particular Spider-Man.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm saying. Like, if it is a people tracking, then okay, then yes, that scene doesn't necessarily make sense to have people tracking in another universe where it would detect it. If it is something a little bit more like Spider-Man like powers, which
Yeah.
whatever, however that app works, that's how that app works, cool. And then that's
Yeah.
why it tracks it out in outer space. That could make more a little bit more sense. I think some people or she was trying to say like, oh, it might be Venom in terms of like a Spider-Man type of character, and I was like, could be, but it's less likely to the point of Venom is more or less a symbiote. Once it attaches to Spider-Man, it has more Spider-Man like abilities versus a whip versus a web, right? So to that same point, and just one last little comment on Venom being a Spider-Man, in the MCU wise, having Spider-Man have biology webs helps with the symbiote kind of taking over and it not using the tech to create webs.
Yeah. That's
I
true.
think having the biological webs with the Venom would. So again, this being his first real, Spider-Man, debut. I don't want to say debut, but just like an
It's a
actual
it's a
hero
it's
to the
it's
scene.
a debut. It's a him actually embodying being Spider-Man rather than being Spider-Man.
Yeah.
His arachnoids were never enhanced for him to bio uh bio god damn.
That shit hit it. Okay.
For him to biologically turn
There it is.
into Spider-Man. I had to slow down right there.
Nah, for sure. So yeah, I definitely think that I definitely don't want to see again Tommy Maguire with another type of symbiote, what's going on there. But yeah, if you give me Andrew Garfield with the symbiote, that'd be nice, and it would kind of again make sense with what he said last. Like, I want to fight an alien or something like that. I think that's what he said when he was talking to the Spider-Mans. Um, in
Oh
Oh,
that
yeah,
like
he
in
was
that
like, "You
last
been
scene.
into
So like that would,
space?
yeah,
Yeah,
he
you been into
did.
yeah,
space? I want to fight an alien."
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that'd be
that's
nice
crazy.
to kind of tie those things together. So yeah, I mean, to both of you guys' points on taking time or having faith in what's being
The
told, I
direction,
think
yeah.
this, to your point as well, I'd also said the same thing. This is definitely a great step for the MCU. They've taken a lot of L's kind of leading up to this, but I think this is definitely uh, a great step to what we need to have for the MCU as a hero story in cinema for real.
Don't ruin my
So
X-Men. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, before we get out of
uh,
here, how do you feel about? Did you watch any? I know you avoid a lot of San Diego Comic Con and everything like that. Have you heard about who's the new Black Panther Days?
I definitely heard that it was, I think, confirmed, but I didn't know if what we talked about with that fucking him, her. I don't know if it was that piece of shit ass dude or if
No,
it's somebody
it's
else.
not. It's not. It's not. It's not.
Great, great.
It's not.
Oh,
It's
thank you, Guan, and Kevin Feige and fucking Source
Guagua.
and fucking Jesus Christ.
Guagua has to do that.
The Guan is from the MCU or Marvel Rivals. He's the one that created or what the director of Marvel
Yeah, I
Rivals.
know.
So anything Marvel. Thank everybody that is in charge. Fucking
Guagua.
thank you guys. Jeez,
yo.
why you ass?
That nigga said,
But
"Thank you." No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not. It's not.
but yeah, I
It's
think
not. It's not Damson Idris. It's an actor called
okay,
David Johnson.
okay, yeah. I don't know who that is by name or by face or whatever. So I mean, I'll probably I don't know. I probably won't look him up until I see him. But that's cool. That's cool. That's not that guy. That's all that really matters.
Okay. Okay. So, wow. Wow. Okay. My man Dave's really live in the dark. That's crazy.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Bro. I mean, it's unfortunate that even like I got spoiled a little bit on Hulk being in this movie, and then
Oh,
my cousin
really?
said that Frank was in it. So like, that's also like I would have been even more. It would have been even crazier to know that these things
Okay.
happened. Uh, so
But
like, yeah,
Yelena was a
that's
big
also maybe
surprise to
a
me.
factor.
I was really happy to see
Elena,
Yelena.
Elena was a surprise. But again, like
She
her
wasn't doing any
status right now.
action. Yeah. Oh, her status not big enough.
Well, even just as yeah, I don't. It doesn't make sense for whatever,
Yeah.
and I don't care about it really. So,
I love
I
Yelena.
like
I
that
think she's
actor.
doing great.
I like her. Yeah, no, she definitely is. So like, okay, again, my whole thing with these comic relief type characters, Thor kind of being more goofy after Avengers 1 or whatever, and then Hulk, and then whatever. Like, she's kind of getting into that play that I don't like at this moment.
Right.
So there's that, but she definitely plays her role nicely. Um, but yeah, she's no Cap, she's no Nick Fury. Um, so just stay in your lane and we'll be good. But she's fucking trying to go into outer space and shit. It's like, bitch, if you if you don't fucking figure out something else,
Yeah, I was gonna say something,
I
but
don't
I
know.
can't, man. But yeah, it's after Doomsday we gotta do this again. Put it that way. After Doomsday we gotta do this again because it's gonna be
I'm down.
very very interesting, considering the rebuild the Avengers are going through right now. They ain't got nobody to go after this guy. Doom's gonna fuck everything up, bro. So yeah, but
Have you watched the Have you watched the Thunderbolts?
yeah, yeah. You said you watched that.
That piece of shit movie, yeah, I seen that.
Okay. Okay.
Fucking Thunder
Okay.
Ass.
Okay.
Called that shit.
Okay. Okay.
Thunderbolts.
That
I
shit could
fuck
have been
with
a TV
Thunderbolts.
series, and that could have helped something.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Yeah, niggas don't want to ever talk about how Thunderbolts was a trash ass movie.
Thunderbolts is great.
They always want.
Don't smear my Thunderbolts, bro. Don't do that. That was a great movie.
We can have another podcast about that. About the ass
Nigga,
movies
this
of
nigga's
the
like,
year.
oh yeah, I like the depression of the. I'm like, man, if
See, you guys can't see the vision, bro. You guys never been in the place of darkness. You guys never been in the void, so y'all can't
Oh,
relate. Y'all can't
oh,
relate.
right,
You know, so
right.
niggas who really been in the
You know,
void know what that movie was about. That's
certain
all I'm gonna say.
bro, all they did was hug that nigga, bro. All they did was hug that nigga. You ain't in no true void, nigga.
You don't know Century.
Nigga, the true
You
void
don't know
is
the
that
boy, nigga.
nigga on me. The true void is that white nigga that's on the news right now that just killed him and his 8 kids and then killed himself. That's the symbiotic nigga on that nigga. That's the true void.
All right. With that being said, let's get the fuck
Nigga,
up out of here.
nigga, that's being taken over by Century, motherfucker. You,
Oh my God.
him, you, her, bodies, nigga.
Fuck.
Definitely.
All right. Gotta take a shot on that one.
I'm sorry. Rest in peace for those who were lost in that
Rest in
tragedy.
peace,
I'm
rest in
sorry.
peace.
Hey,
Bro.
facts.
I did not hear about that. That's crazy. But
Oh
yeah,
man, I'm
man.
sorry.
I think that Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, it's a turn of the corner for me. All three of those. So I like the last three movies. So I'm looking forward to seeing Doomsday. I think Doomsday. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to shit on that. You guys, yeah, yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
I like Captain America better than Thunderbolts, but Fantastic Four and Spider-Man definitely are
Brave New
last
World,
two.
abomination.
Brave
Brave
New
New
World
right
was
there.
Brave New World was better than Thunderbolts. I can tell you that.
That's you are
Thunderbolts for
you are
sure.
lying.
So,
I know.
Days, you done turn Brave New World or Thunderbirds. Who you got?
this curry chicken I got. I'm watching Brave New World every day for real. I watch that shit right now. Shit, I'll turn that shit on right now. I'll turn that shit on right now.
Right,
And fucking watch that shit.
I can't. Y'all don't know good cinema. I don't know why I'm even talking to y'all. I don't even know why I'm even talking to y'all. Yo, get the fuck out of here.
Ace is my nigga, bro.
Get the fuck up out of here.
Yo, leave a comment, bro. Brave New World or Thunderbolts, bro.
Yo, yeah, we should put a poll out there.
hell
Brave New World or Thunderbolts, which is the better movie? Y'all put it in the
yeah.
comment section.
If you a real nigga or are you a fake nigga? Put it.
Yeah, y'all are ass, yo, for real.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you one thing. You want to know how real it is, Daze? I spent money to go see Captain America in theaters. I have not used my free subscription to watch Thunderbolts. I will watch that shit for free.
Did you watch Thunderbolts?
I got through it. Yes,
right,
it was not a good,
bro.
It was not a good watch.
I'm not arguing with you. It's over. All right, cool. That's fair. That's fair. It's good. That's how you feel. I am not arguing with you. I think Thunderbolts is one of the most important Marvel movies.
What?
The most important is diabolically.
Bro, Daze.
Everything is relative.
Hold on. They mentioned Celestials in Captain America and Brave New World and Adamantium. Nigga, Eternals and X-Men. What are you talking about?
See, what you guys fuck with is just them mentioning Celestials and anime. Oh, it means a better movie. Nah, you guys.
Okay, so tell me how Thunderbolts is the most.
I'm not arguing with you, bro. I'm not arguing with you. Listen, we've done this already.
He can't. Tell Daze.
Y'all are this is what I feel like I'm back at 6.53 right now. Y'all trying to rage bait me. Y'all trying to rage bait me.
Fucking fat Captain America. If your team is fucking rip off fucking
But
White
see,
Widow.
that's the thing. Y'all are trying to. You guys are coalescing an entire narrative into who is on the team.
You're saying this
who is what's mentioned in the movie.
Yes.
Y'all missed the entire arc.
You're saying more or less like a story on individual people. oh, like this person's story is whatever. Like that's important. It's not important to the MCU.
There's more character
It's
development.
which
There's
I
more
really
character development
care
in
about.
like one scene of Thunderbolts than there is in the entire movie of Brave New World. I'm sorry, I can't with y'all. So that's what I like in movies: character development and character growth.
Hold on. You just
important to the MCU.
You just right, Daze.
That's where
Daze. He asked me what villains earlier in the podcast. This 2.5 hour, 3 hour podcast. Said what villains are important. Tell me the importance of the Thunderbolts in the MCU. Tell me what importance they have right now.
Listen, I'm talking about it as a solo movie.
As a character development, yes.
But in the Thunderbolt in the MCU, I mean, obviously, it's them becoming the new Avengers and seeing where they go with that. So, if that's what you're looking for in a movie, yeah, you might not be happy with that, and I get it. Like, fair point. My point is that I think a movie that's from Disney and Marvel that are tackling themes of depression and suicidal thoughts and all that stuff, and finding your people and finding people and coming back from and redeeming yourself is a lot more important than it looks on the surface for as just a superhero movie. And that's how I took that movie. And for y'all,
but you don't put that in a superhero movie. Then
Sentry didn't loot. Stop it! I'm not. You can, and they did, and I liked it. So y'all can sit here and blame the movie for not making Sentry what you wanted it to be, or saying they're not strong enough, or saying, oh, whatever, they hugged him at the end. Then y'all missed the point to me. But that's how I look at it. But but I get it. If you're coming to a superhero movie for something and you're not getting it, you're not gonna like it. But
it's the same conversation we were just having about Hulk, right? You said, how does he look in somebody's eyes, and is that enough to make Savage Hulk fall down and then be like, for what y'all told me, Sentry is damn near God. Like, from like comic wise, or like what his powers can do and who he is.
No,
and
you guys have an argument on that, and I'm not going to argue with that. You have a point. Yes, Sentry, the way they defeated him, they could have probably figured out a better way, or and maybe another cameo they needed to really bring him down. But that wasn't the story they were telling. They were telling a story about him healing his internal demons, him being in a place of darkness, him genuinely overcoming that and tapping out of his void to understand that, I do got people that care about me, and I can come back from where I was. And that's how it was for every character. It's coming back from a dark place or an evil they've done in the past. And I think when Yelena has a couple of scenes in there that it touched my heart, man, when she's breaking down to her dad. First she comes to her dad, says, I don't know if I want to do the job. And he looks at it from a standpoint of, oh, you can be an Avenger, you can keep going. And a lot of times she doesn't get the fulfillment out of what she's doing as an assassin. He's like, just keep doing it. And she needs to find something more than that. So I see layers to that movie. And then when she breaks down after everything, after Sentry wipes the floor with them, she rips them to shreds and calls them all out. And she then breaks down to her dad like, yo, you weren't there for me when I lost my sister the first time. You weren't there for me the second time I lost her.
But why is that emotional? Why is that emotional character development important for the MCU though?
But I'm not talking about the MCU.
No, but you did. You said
movies. It's one of the most important movies in the MCU because of the topics they discuss and are tackling. It's a lot more serious as far as the topics and themes they've used than any movie they've ever done. Now, granted, it stands out as an MCU movie so much so that I think a lot of the fans of the MCU are not going to dislike it because of that reason. And that's fair. That you guys have your taste, I got mine. But I see it deeper than a lot of people see a suicide movie. If I'm looking at it from the standpoint of Sentry, they hugged him at the end, it wasn't cool, like how they defeated the villain. I hear you guys, you got a point, you're right on that. But I look past that because of the reasons I said.
But I mean, also I hear you on that. But the character they wasted that. They wasted that on characters characters I don't care about.
That's you.
Y'all kill but y'all kill me about me liking Kamala Khan or Monica Rambeau or Karen Danvers. I think they're more. I'm saying as far as liking the character and the movie and this. I just defended Miss Marvels to the Marvels
you thought
to
there was good character development in that. compared to the Thunderbolts. I mean, hey, if you do, that's your point. That's your opinion.
All I'm saying is that when you're okay, not suicidal thoughts and depression, but I mean that was for one character, and what I mean depression for all the characters. But what I was saying is that that to be that's like a passion project in a superhero movie with the banner of the Marvels. Like you made a passion project about characters that you're developing that aren't necessary. I mean, they could be big players, but they necessarily.
To me, it's not about them being big. The whole point is that they're not big. Like that's you don't want to do that type of movie with big players. Trust me, you don't want to do that type of movie with big players. You want to keep it on a underdog team. You want to tell that story with an underdog team. And
they can tell that same story with the X-Men. Suicidal depression, going through with their mutant powers and everything like that. Like that's a big characters, and they could have told that real.
And I liked it. I liked what they did, and they can do it again with the X-Men. You're right, they could. I like what they did with these characters. I did not ask for a Thunderbolts movie. I at first was against it, but when I actually went to the theaters and it hit me and it touched me. Yelena's performance was great throughout the entire movie. Even Sentry's performance of him just being this person who's self-loathing in a sense, and you get to see why he is, because his mom used to get beat, and she's like, "Yo, you're the reason why," blaming him for the reason why she's getting abused, and he couldn't even save her. So these things made him go turn to drugs and eventually fall into the hands of people who were taking advantage of him. And unfortunately, now he has this void/Sentry kind of complex, bipolar. I thought there's so much in that movie that if you are looking at it just for the superhero side of things, you're missing the point. And a lot of people miss the point to me. But I don't look at that movie. I think that's just like Wonder Man branches off from the superhero tropes. That movie does too, where it's like I look at it as a movie outside of the realm of just a superhero movie, and that's just for me.
And Sentry was the villain, absolutely, in that movie, right? Sentry was the villain. Was Sentry the villain in that movie?
Yeah, the Void was. Yeah, the Void was.
The move that he does is the villain, not him. No, not him. The Iron Man blast is the villain, not Iron Man. Fuck it. No, like I said before. Like
the
I said
Void
before,
is a whole different personality. You feel me?
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the difference between
the Void is a character.
and magic. You can just say, oh
Yeah, I guess so. But if
what I'm
Magic
saying
went
is
through a whole,
it would have definitely been a
movie,
TV series.
slicing niggas'
It
heads
definitely
off.
would have been a better TV series than a movie where you're expecting to see all these different things. You don't know. I mean, again, if you're not knowing what you're getting into in terms of these characters, like with trailers or whatever, and you're just going to see the next MCU movie, it's a waste of an MCU movie where it could have been a better TV series to the point of having these assassins being the main, focal point to your story. That's fine. You don't necessarily need Sentry even to the point of the villain for these Thunderbolts. You definitely don't need these Thunderbolts to rise up to be the new Avengers as a leading force, where you could have anything else. You can have anything else.
So mad.
You said I take it too serious, and you talking about a Hawk's son at the end of She-Hulk that bombed even on a TV series? We take it too serious?
You take the new Avengers Part 2 series, yeah. The Hulk.
I mean, it's a pivotal role. It's a pivotal role to have. Yeah, it's a pivotal role. So yeah, I mean, again, because if you're gonna say, oh, these new Avengers are these assassins with Sentry as their canon, and they're dealing with big potatoes, my nigga. they're the big potato group.
That's the irony of it. That's why I want to see what's coming up next. Like, that's the intrigue in it. It's not like that. The irony of it is the point almost. Then you got Captain. Go ahead.
You can have that irony of Venom being left as a little parasite, in the Spider-Man movie. You can have that same type of irony for that. You can have the same irony for Hulk's kid, because you don't know what's
That's
gonna
not
happen.
irony.
So yeah,
That's not irony. That's like you gotta understand. Where's the irony in that? You gotta tell me what the irony is. That's just you introduced something and didn't follow up. The new Avengers, they don't even believe it in it when they announced it. Like the context is right in front of your face. There's no context for those things.
they're
I
still
think you're
playing
muted.
the role though.
Okay.
Me?
Oh no, you're good
Oh,
now.
okay. Yeah, they're still playing the role of these new Avengers doing these big potato roles. We haven't seen it yet. We just know in this last movie that they're big potatoes right now.
And I'm
So
like big potatoes, and you had to hug a nigga who can motherfucking you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really, you know what I mean? Like, it seemed like
so
he nigga. If y'all want to talk real, depression don't just go away with a hug. That nigga need to snap again.
No,
Bank
and
account need to go
that's why
frozen or something. Can't
but
pay a bill or something, nigga.
that's why he's afraid to turn into the Century again, because there's always that risk of turning into the Void. He can't just solve every problem by turning into the Century. In the comic books, he's
So we just
definitely
about to have a nigga
can.
named Bob hanging around?
Yes, that's what happens in the comics, bro. I mean, he's Bob until there's a big enough reason for him to turn into the Century. Like that's how you nerf a guy who's super powerful. You can't make a guy like Hulk, Sentry, always be powerful in themselves, because there will be no problems and everybody's getting beat the fuck up. That there's no story. Like, come on, like you always hear acting
Why
like
there's
you
why
don't know
there's no
storytelling.
story with all these
What?
big bads? We just saw Hawk get his ass beat the fuck up by Thanos, nigga. Yes, and he didn't even want to Hawk up next time we saw that pussy nigga. So what I'm trying to say is there are places where you can put a superhero where he's souped up and he get his ass beat the fuck up
You're gonna see
because he
Sentry
ain't
again.
about.
I will tell you, you're gonna see Sentry again. It's not gonna just be patient.
Okay,
Bob gonna be around
okay.
for a little bit, but one day Sentry's gonna be ready for something that's worth his turning into Sentry. That's
yeah,
what you got.
and
And then
I
he
don't
then you
agree.
can have the fight you guys want.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The fight that I wanted and needed was the first debut of Century,
You
not
gotta
not
you
just
gotta
some
tease. You
dream
saw
space,
him wipe out these
some dream
guys
space.
like that. You don't need
What's
to get
the
him to have a fight to a conclusion right now. You don't. I swear to God, you don't need it. You don't need it right now. You just need to know how powerful he is. You
Well,
don't need
I
a
don't
full
know
fight to
how
conclusion.
but I don't know how powerful he is because realistically,
You know
like
he could throw
he
somebody
did.
out the window and bring him back and choke slam him. You know that he could super fast. You know that he could manipulate. You know a lot about what his powers are, but from that one scene, that shit was fire.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that for to Daze's point, or to your point as well, like combining the points. If the television series leads to the cliffhanger of Century there, and then that leads to the Thunderbolt movie. It's the same thing you do with having a Marvel's TV show, and then she gets a movie. I'm just all the reason why it's so bad. To Daze's point is that I'm walking in blind to characters in a movie, and I'm anticipating because the last thing what was before then? Again, before there was Captain America Brave New World, and I asked y'all niggas, I said, how I supposed to like it? Y'all like, how was it? Y'all go see it. Y'all tell me I hate it. So now I gotta look at it differently from how I originally saw it because I didn't know what I was supposed to see. Again, I
No,
wanted to
listen, I
see.
don't want to ruin nothing for you. I want you to like what you like. You
Hold on, but
you
no,
like
but
Brave New World more
but
than Thunderbolts. Hey,
but
you like
I
it, I
do,
love it.
hold on, but I do, but I hate Sam Wilson. I don't like how they portray Sam Wilson. I think Sam Wilson needs to be
And he's the
more
main
of
guy in
what.
this. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, what I'm saying is, what again? I told you I don't like Anthony Mackie, and I told you I don't like how they presented Sam Wilson. But I'm telling you, in that Brave New World movie, the movie as a whole was more entertaining, and it was more kind of intuitive for what's going on in the MCU and connectivity than Thunderbolts. It was a movie where I understood what I was supposed to go see, and it was again from a television series that I am now extrapolating on.
Okay. I didn't want to argue this, but we're here. You know.
Yeah, no, I mean, at the end of the day, if however you kind of rate movies with MCU wise as well, right? I think it is essential to rate MCU movies and have a category where you're saying, can this movie be branded as another movie entirely, or is it exclusive to heroes in the MCU wise? Like, can I say the Thunderbolts and have the same type of story? You know, maybe X out Century or whatever, and say, oh yeah, this movie's called Roommate 662, and then have it still be everything that you see in Thunderbolts, and still like it. Like, I could literally watch Thunderbolts and not have it be connected to the MCU, and still be like, okay, like that was a interesting movie. It was a deep movie, but it didn't have anything to do with the MCU as a whole as of right now.
I think that
all
makes
I'm
it
saying,
important because it is in the MCU. I like that they did that because I think superhero movies get a trope of like, oh, it's super for like superheroes get the stigma that they're not serious. They don't have any real life
but that's
meaning, all that stuff. And I don't.
but that's not true. We bypassed that when we got Black Panther. We bypassed that when we looking
No,
at Age of Ultron with the
you
like.
and Daze can talk about that, and we know it's not true. But I think this is a movie that can translate beyond that. I had people who don't watch superhero movies take a lot from Thunderbolts in my life personally that saw it and saw what I saw because they are not super into the MCU and looking for who's has the power set and who's gonna have this fight and that. They weren't looking for that, and they're not
But
strong
today's
enough, and
point
they're
though.
just taking it as it is.
But
Um,
today's point, that movie was the movie and the concepts could have been named something else, and you could
yeah,
have
it
like,
could
yo,
have,
I
but it
ran across.
didn't.
But
If you
I
can
know,
say that it's a good movie if it's named something else, then you should say it's a good movie if it's with the MCU too. Like you
but
don't have to do that. Like you don't have to say because it's an MCU movie, we have to focus on all the power sets and it has to have a ending that the guy is strong and we get to see the Sentry in his full form and it doesn't have to. You're gonna get that. Like you could have a meeting a superhero movie where the people aren't as strong, the people are overcoming internal problems that are real deep for them, and then eventually at the end you get to a point where okay they are presented as something they're not and they still have a imposter syndrome going into the next movie. We'll see where that goes, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I really enjoyed the Thunderbolts. I really did, and I still like it. You know, I get
yeah,
it.
I
You
mean,
guys say you could be another movie.
it, it definitely will boil down to personal preferences and like your own like experience to like different things and whatnot. Like that's all, obviously fine and dandy. There's definitely just aspects where you are wasting some characters, you're wasting or you're utilizing different characters in ways that could have been utilized better. Um, from where they were going, and even if you want to have this movie be that blue crayon in a green crayon box, if that's how you want to kind of propose it, um, yeah, that's their choice. But yeah, you definitely have to like. I guess to the point you don't have to do anything. You don't have to
Yeah.
do whatever you don't have to do whatever. But when you're kind of rating these movies, then you have to like if you're rating it, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how you would necessarily rate movies then to the point.
Well,
Like
how
if
I
you're
would rate
saying like,
movies is how the characters, to me, are developed. That's what me is how the characters, because I could take a character that I've never seen before, and I could see, oh, this is what this character. When I can have an understanding of what that character is going through and connect to it in a deep level, I think that's what I look for the most. To me, if that then is then interpreted in a battle scene, it makes it even better for me. That is interpreted in a way that their struggle with this has to be overcome, and if there's a representation of that in a battle scene, is what superheroes movies is to me. Like I would love to direct a superhero movie one day because I think I'll be able to showcase what I mean by what I'm saying. Like, I think the perfect type of movie is The Dark Knight. Dark Knight is very much about more than just a superhero fighting crime. The Dark Knight has so many layers to it, whether it be politically, whether it be sociologically, with the mindsets of Batman versus Joker and Harvey Dent. There's so much deeper layers, and that's why it's I think one of the best movies of all time. Not just
but
comic book
no,
movies,
but
just
we're
movies. Period.
respect to you. I love that. Thunderbolts ain't that, and ain't even on the level of that.
Why? Because it's not Batman. Because Batman's
Well,
stronger. Because Joker is a well-known
let me
character.
just
Like what? Like
No,
why?
you
I'm not saying that's.
what did you
I'm
rate
not.
in
I'm
terms?
not putting Thunderbolts on that level. Just so you know, I've never said Thunderbolts is on that level.
no. I mean, but even like when you say in the depths of a superhero movie can have that, and I agree with you. That's a great movie. That's a great kind of baseline of where your superhero
I'm gonna be
movies
real with y'all.
can ascend to.
Some people cannot take a movie if they don't get marketed to the top person. Like if it's not like a Superman, Batman, Spider Man, if it's not Hulk, if the reason why Hulk is in Captain America: Brave New World is because it's a marketing ploy. That movie is the whole movie's a marketing ploy. They didn't do nothing to grow Sam Wilson's Captain Falcon for me, and that's why I don't like that movie. I like you tell. I'll take an Ant Man and just tell me his story and get me to understand what his struggles are. I appreciate it. I appreciated it. These are the things I want to see more in the MCU, even though that's not what you expect. Or I want to see more in-depth character development. Spider-Man, I love what they did with Peter Parker. I love what they did with his friends. You got a little bit of Frank and his family in a moment. Didn't get much Hulk development to me. I'll be honest with you. I don't think that's. But then also you get Jean Grey, and that's a lot of understanding of who she is. Those moments really make the movie for me. I get it, the punching and kicking and how he moves with the webs and has his tech are all like icing on the cake for me when it comes to a movie. That makes it even grander to me. But my thing is to see how a man with superhero powers deals with losing his friends and family. The most emotional part of Spider-Man for me wasn't even all that stuff in the later end of the movie. It was the very beginning when I had to realize, man, this guy lost his family, he lost his friends, and he had to watch them graduate MIT. The vision he wanted to have with them by without him in their lives, and he has to watch him on a story. That broke my heart watching him go through that. It was very, very early in the movie where I'm like, damn, he's going through it, man. But he's all then also Spider-Man is throwing himself into work to avoid being connected to people. Just throwing himself into work and doing so much for people. Like taking care of the city, saving people, working with the cops to make sure that the crime rate is down, and he's so invested in that. And me, I can relate to that sometimes. Being a man who is so invested in his work that the personal relationships sometimes take a backseat to that, whether it be romance, whether it be family. So those are the moments at the beginning of the movie that I really connected with. So maybe that gives you a better understanding of how I look at these movies. Because as much as I love Frank Castle being involved and seeing a cool fight scene with the Hulk, what sticks with me and what I remember is the moments that I see myself in the character or I can relate to something that the character is going through where I'm like, man, you love somebody so much, but you can't tell them. You love somebody and you want to be happy with this person, but you just can't make it right because maybe they don't remember you or, there's a gap between what you want in life and what you must do and sacrifice to do for yourself. And, so those are things that make a hero to me more than just like, oh, he has a new suit and he defeated a really strong villain by punching him in the face. That's not what I go to it for, but I love that too because I love shit, Infinity War because of those fight scenes are incredible. It just adds the heightened suspense of the moment to another level. Yeah. Yeah, and we didn't get that in Thunderbolts. That's why it's not my best Marvel movie of all time, but I think it's very important for what they did for the characters because they took characters I did not give a fuck about and made me care about I guess a lot of them. Not every single one, but definitely a lot of them. I started to understand more.
Yeah, I think that's a fair take to the point of at least not necessarily judging and following the way the MCU is trying to tie these movies together, and you're more looking at it as a movie to movie aspect of these characters and how they're either developing that is separate than the grand scheme of it. And I think I like that, at least that understanding, because like yeah, you can like Eternals for the specific characters that they were like or that they were portraying because of what they dealt with. but the movie as a whole was bad because it doesn't necessarily do this, or this for the other movies that are coming in after or before it.
I think
Whereas
that's a good
that's where
point.
I'm kind of putting a category of like I like or dislike this movie because it has nothing to do or it has a lot to do with what's the grand whole or the grand scale of the MCU as a whole, or what they got going on. So I definitely, now that I think I understand a little bit more on your vision or preferences on that aspect of things, that can definitely dictate
My perspective, yeah, and
your perspective on,
yeah,
on what you like or
like I
dislike, or
like I tell you all the, I'm not sure if I told you, but Iron Man and Loki to me have the best character arcs in all of Marvel to me. Like, from where they were to where they ended up. And the guy who's a, tech guy, billionaire, caught making bombs, who now is the one to save the world, and he's very much at first arrogant, narcissistic, but has to make the ultimate sacrifice at the end for the world at large. And then you have Loki, who's trying to fulfill his righteousness as a god, who has to be taught that you are not who you think you are almost, and gets killed and then has to go to the TVA, and he's like, yo, this was all meant to be. You're not that guy. To the point where he almost ends up becoming a god because he sacrifices. Not because he dominates, but he still becomes a god at the end because of his sacrifices. That's what makes me feel like, man, I love the way they told this story, because there's deeper life lessons than just how they were portrayed from the comics, or how the fight scene was. That's how my brain works. But I think what makes Marvel so good is that you do get those fight scenes, you do get those moments that can encapsulate the struggle of that character's moment and going what that person's going through, and the fight to become better, and to like the moment where Spider-Man hits the most to me is when they're saying you got to choose, and he's like, no, I'm both. He takes off the inhibitor. He starts to really tap into the mutation that's going on within him. You start to see like he's seeing things slower. He's stronger, but at the same time he's stronger, but he's still saving their lives. And that fight scene is like almost seeing Spider-Man, the strength of Spider-Man, and the vulnerability of Peter at the same time within the fight scene, because he's super strong, punching the hell out of people, but then he's making sure he grabs them with the web and shows his grace as a good man, and not trying to kill them as he's tapping into his strength. So it's how I interpret those big sets. And now if you just have a big set for no reason, and I'm like, oh, it's a good fight scene, but I can't find that level to it, it does take a. I'm not saying it takes a hit as in like it's worse, but it's not as good as those moments where you can see the character growing into who they're meant to be in that moment. So yeah, just bringing it back to Spider-Man, that's what I feel, and yeah, I love what they're doing with that. So maybe we get more of that.
Multiverse of Madness had that for me a little bit, where when she's fighting the Illuminati and that fight scene, and then even Doctor Strange against what's Strange is that with the one in the forehead? What's
This is
his
like an
name?
evil version of him, the
Yeah,
evil Doctor
yeah,
Strange. Yeah.
yeah, I can't
yeah. Those
remember.
two fight scenes were amazing
Mhm.
for the film. A lot of people will say that film wasn't as good because of the implementation of America Chavez. You know what I'm saying? But that was one of the first times we saw somebody again. When we talk about these young Avengers who multiverse hop. That was the first time that was seen and explained. You know what I'm saying? So, um, I understand what we were saying about how this should have took their time with the Young Avengers, but they were trying to do in the sports analogy, have two timelines, right?
Okay.
Where you're trying to win now and still build for the future. So you teeter totter with your salary cap and who you got on the
Yeah.
roster, and one of the most famous ones was the basketball team, the Golden State Warriors. They had just won in 2022. They had a two timeline type of thing where it was Clay, Steph, and Dre on the team, but they had Jordan Poole, Kaminga, Moses Moody on the team, and they tried to balance both, and it didn't necessarily happen. And now so you have to do a hard reset, right?
Yeah, and
And
that's
that
what
hard reset,
we're doing now, I
yeah,
guess. The
yeah.
MCU is like
And in that
rebooting the
hard
whole
reset,
thing.
you still gotta have a Steph Curry, right? So with
Mhm.
that being said, I know that so they have to figure out and lean on old Avengers, right? They have to go and
Yeah.
link because they have to lean on old Avengers to kind of clean things up. So yeah, man, I'm excited to see Spider Man. I love that we have the kind of variations now of where he can go. I know you said that he can probably tie up a loose end and get with Mary Jane, and that would be a really good kind of. But we mentioned him can get in different storylines and be involved with Black Cat. You know what I'm saying? So love
Honestly, he's
interests can.
single, so
Yo, yeah,
she says she don't love you, so
I'm
Black
a,
Cat.
I'm a,
I mean,
t-
he can still
I'm I'm
you can
a,
still introduce Gwen as well.
Yeah, Gwen.
You
Gwen
know, you can
Stacy.
have the
yeah.
Gwen and MJ type of triangle or whatever. You can have Black Cat kind of cause some
Mhm.
mischief there. Shit, you could
I
do a
do
lot.
think
You could
that
do a
I
lot
want
with
to see
his
him in
with it.
another relationship. I want to see him the next movie. I do not want to see him in
As a as
MJ.
a as a man
MJ.
as a
Yeah,
man, yes, I think he needs to explore him just being friends with MJ, him going on dates
yeah.
and stuff like
And then her
that.
get
Being
jealous because he's with somebody else rather than.
or I mean
Mm.
I think what he can probably do is battle as a man, knowing that his heart belongs to MJ, but he's just out here, he
Yeah.
ain't got no choice. He admit, nigga, this web growing up, nigga, I gotta somewhere, I
If
gotta
he if he ends up
somewhere.
meeting another suit, that's why I like Black Cat because they have a relationship of like we both do this, like we both do the same work. We can
That's
relate that
superhero life.
the dual life thing. We both understand what it is to be a superhero and or villain or type of anti-hero and be like just a secret identity
A
thing.
regular person, yeah.
Yeah, regular person. So him and Black Cat will be a really cool relationship because unless because he can relate to her in that way, where you can't relate to MJ. MJ can't get that. She's never gonna understand what it's like to have a secret identity, and that's a real decision that he could be torn between, where his heart is at, but where the person who understands what his real life is, you know.
Yeah.
Fire.
Yeah.
Damn, this really felt like 6553, boy. We up here at three
I know,
hours on this
right? Yeah,
motherfucker. Yeah,
yeah,
that's
man. Daze, you
crazy.
good, man? I didn't want to hold you this long, but yeah, you good?
Oh no, like
You
I
got to eat
said,
your
I took
food.
that fat ass nap.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I also didn't want to be munching on this shit, nigga, mid podcast, fucking look like a real black nigga. So definitely had to fucking figure.
No, but it's a good
So
conversation, man. I mean, y'all forced me to argue my points, but I appreciate y'all because y'all forced me to like to really explain to you why I like certain things in the movie, and maybe y'all get an understanding of that because I think that getting a blend of what we both like is where I would like to see the MCU continue to go, and I think we got that in
mm,
Spider-Man. So,
And
I'm
and
yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, Phase Five wasn't as bad as a lot of people say. Quantumanium was a good movie. I know I know
Please, all
Quantumanium
right.
was a
Good is relative. Like I I was trying to be nice with Quantumania. I went back and rewatched some of it. And I was like, that I was too nice. I was too nice too. But I think Kang scenes were so good. He's such a
okay.
good
Yeah, you're right.
mm.
I think
Kang
that's what
scenes.
I'm
Oh
captivated
man,
by.
when he's talking to the
When he's talking to
Janet's
Janice,
mom,
when he's talking to
just
Janice, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm like, and he's explaining things and the way he's manipulating everything is really dope. It made me want to see more of him, but unfortunately, here we are.
I said I
But
was gonna take you home. I'm gonna take you home.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
But
mean, yeah, I think the main takeaways are like, yeah, we kind of either I don't know, we need to kind of also hone in on Chris and figure out what his key points to movie
okay.
watching and what he's looking for to rate it to the 10. I think we got a little bit of that today, but I think really we got like what you're looking for in a movie and why you can rate it higher or lower to the point of yeah, like you would definitely like a Thunderbolts, you would definitely like a Internals, maybe a little bit not maybe more so than um let's just say for the sake of Ultron, because you don't really get a lot of Ultron's, character development, and it is a little
Yeah, he
bit,
just sped up.
dis
Yeah. Yeah,
It,
and
a
me
little
who
disconnected is also not a human. Is robotic,
yeah,
whatever.
that
So
he's not. Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. And in hindsight, I was harsh on Ultron, even though it's my least favorite Avengers movie. I was harsh on it.
Wow, I love Ultron.
Yeah, I love all the Avengers
I
movies. To be real, I love all the Avengers movies, but it's my least favorite of all of them because I
Hmm.
think, like you're saying, there's so many things that I felt like when certain things take me out of it. I like Pietro's death. The way Ultron just became the villain so quickly. It was just like if Ultron was like acting. I mean, if Jarvis was acting up like a couple like movies before that, and then it came, maybe it would have been a
Hmm.
little bit more digestible for me. But you're right. I
but it
do
wasn't
want to see
Jarvis though. Jarvis was overtook it.
it was a
Jarvis was
Friday.
no. Ultron was the
No, I mean,
Tesseract. Ultron ended up being Ultron was the ended up being the Tesseract overtaking Jarvis.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you know what I mean. So it
Okay.
wasn't like Jarvis was like he just snapped right when they get the Tesseract and they're trying to figure it out and they're downloading it and they go into it's like, why are you calling him Mister? But
Hmm.
you're stronger than these people. And it's like
Hmm.
you're
Hmm.
over. Like
Yeah,
he,
yeah.
but with that, like I agree with you. Phase 5 was a lot of what you asked for in Thunderbolts.
I
I
don't think
know.
so.
Well, Guardian of the Galaxy 3, what Rocket's story
Yeah, that was.
was very emotional pulling. I
Yeah.
know you didn't like the Marvels, but I mean that was emotional between the three. Deadpool and Wolverine. You didn't like that movie? That was Phase
It
5.
was I took it for what it was. It was fanfare. And I'm like, okay, cool. You
Oh,
know?
okay.
Hmm. It was fun.
I thought it was fun, but it was also very integral when we're talking about
Can I ask
the
you a
story.
question? I know
Go
that we
ahead.
want because they just want to know like how you want to rate your movies and we get your stance on that. But real quick, because you mentioned earlier, guys, like you guys genuinely need a connection to the larger MCU for a movie to be good, right?
In some
Is it
facets,
I
yeah.
think
absolutely
it's a
necessary?
for, for me
For
it
it,
is
yeah.
it is
Go ahead,
necessary
Daze.
for for an MCU movie to have this like timeline situation going on. It is a key point to have it be some type of staple for the either next or have it be a result of a prior.
Okay, got you. All right, and
Mhm.
it's just bounce, but I feel you on that. And to me, that is icing on the cake too. If I can get the connection points and they actually flow, it makes me feel like you guys are really on point. Like when I see um at the end of what was it? The Avengers or Ultron, and then you get to see Thanos. He's like, I'm gonna do it myself, all that stuff. Like these moments are like extra to me. I don't need it though, but however, I do think if you mean connection throughout the movie, that's in like they're not ignoring that. Hey, there's this big ass thing in the ocean that just popped up, or they're not ignoring that. Wakanda just got attacked with the by Namor. If they mention those little things, they mean a lot more to me as extra. I don't necessarily need it for a movie to be great though. I don't need it. Like I look at it as a movie from Act One, Act Two, Act Three, and if you could give me a cohesive story in that, great. And if you give me great fight scenes that interpret that script, even better. And then if you get me little things that tie it together to the MCU, it's even better. That's how I look at it. But how you look at things,
Well,
Chris?
I think today's a specific point of how I rate MCU movies. I want to see a superhero movie. I have to have either two endings. It can't be ambiguous, right? I have to have either triumphant or
It lost.
shit. The world's fucked up.
Okay.
Like you know what I mean? Like, and as a superhero movie, I anticipate that because I will suspend my disbelief of technology and sociological issues and humanity and um, uh, the psychological aspect of like when I embrace myself in Wakanda, I'm like, yo, that shit look crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm immersed in the ideology of where they place me at, and then only for them to exude the regalness across the screen, right? I didn't feel like Shuri and T'Challa and Chadwick and Angela Bassett were over the top and trying to put on like it didn't seem like an embarrassment. Like like the film was right, and then when you just then now when I'm talking about all of the MCU and do I need it to connect for it to be a good movie? In my mind, yes. I think because as we are now if it was just standalone movies, then okay. Once you introduce to me and you tell me we have the Avengers Initiative, right? Once you give me my very first end scene of Iron Man, right? And then you then give me my next movie of being Thor, standalone. And then you give me my next movie being Captain America. And I'm like, all right, I'm not a comic reader, but as a comic movie goer, it seemed to have connectivity. And then once you give it a name as the cinematic universe, where you now are giving me license of adaptation, I'm now thinking that everything that you produce is something that has to do with something that you previously did. Now, I'm not saying that the Thunderbolts did not or anything like that, but when it comes to how I'm rating it, now that I am anticipating what I see, right? Iron Man's a good movie. Thor 1's a good movie. Captain America 1's a good movie. Then you double down and give me a really great trilogy of Captain America. There is not a miss in Captain America's catalog, right? So as I then now you use Captain America as your linchpin to give me Spider-Man and Black Panther, right? Now they are important on what they're doing. So ever since then, like I am now, and Civil War is the best movie created by the MCU. So as you give me the best movie ever created in your universe as a springboard for two other of the greatest franchises in your cinematic universe, I am now wrapped. You know what I mean? I'm hooked. So anything that you now give me is a disappointment if it's not connected and it's not good.
Like, cause I always look at it like if they go and do a Nolan movie, right? He's in fucking space. Like, why does it have to connect now? Like it could be a really good movie and not connect. Like,
he had, now that I know that we have cosmic beings like Miss Captain Marvel, like Carol Danvers out there, because she's been out there in the nigga, you have to tell me that they interacted. I have to know that they have, like, that has to happen. I don't
personally need that, but I would like it. It would be extra for me. That would be extra for me. But I don't need it for
no, it's not. Movie. If they just say, if we just put it out, if it just say studios, cool. But once you put Marvel Studios in front of that motherfucker, it gotta connect, nigga.
that motherfucking Madam Web nigga associated with Marvel. I saw that bullshit. Holy shit!
You watched it?
I was like, nigga, oh my god, yeah.
You watched it?
Because it was like
I still haven't watched that shit.
Yes,
I had to do some shit. That shit was fucking.
Hold on. Would you rather watch Madam Web or would you rather watch the Marvels? What would you rather watch?
Madam Web or the Marvels or Thunderbolts?
Yeah, no, the Marvels.
Ooh,
because it's centered around three. It's centered around three women. It's centered around three women.
Yeah, I would have to watch the Marvels for that one for sure.
Okay, that's fair.
That movie was absolutely terrible, but yeah.
I didn't even watch it. I already knew it was gonna be bad. But yeah, like
Yeah.
you were saying
I'll fly
with
over.
Nova, I wouldn't need anybody else in it, especially in the first Nova movie. If they're doing like a sequel or something like that, maybe. But the first one, I don't need any connection if they can just really center on who Nova is, why he does what he
That,
does, and
but
where he's going.
but
Maybe
but
you get a hint
that's
in
not
the post
fair
credit
though,
scene.
because as Captain Marvel makes her as Captain Marvel again, when we get her first movie, we gotta figure out, well, where this bitch been and who is she? She had to have a connection with Nick Fury, had to, because with the all of what we have seen after that or before that, where have you where have you been? Right? So, with that being said, her movie had to have some connect, even though it was focused on the Kree and everything like that, and
Man,
and shit, you know what I mean. So like, with me understanding that, but you gotta have somebody there, like honestly, like you got to. And what else was a debut? Eternals. I was kind of disappointed with Eternals a little bit, as you are introducing new people already made with no backstory, and they're just in the middle of their own story. Like, you know what I mean? Like that kind of
but if you
threw
look
me
at it,
off.
the Eternals was really important to give you a scope at the mythology and about this world and why there are superhumans to begin with. So that's why I like the Eternals. I also think it wasn't necessarily needed, but when I watched it, I liked it better than I thought I would. Put it that way.
Honestly, they could have gave me an Eternals animation series, and I would have
Yeah,
loved it.
that would have been fine. Yeah, you're right. I think that would have been great too.
I would have loved for them to tell me where superheroes and superpowers came from. Yeah, I would have loved it. But you
Yeah.
gave me a movie with Angelina Jolie with her titties poking out as far as her lips. Get me.
Yeah, if you're just saying like that aspect of it, it's like yeah, that could definitely be told in a prologue of nigga the start of anything. That could be a prologue to
Secret
any movie
Wars,
ever, and
Doomsday. I got you. Yeah.
yeah, it could be anything. So I think to your point, you have a lot of stake in character development that doesn't necessarily have to tie into anything else other than character development itself, and I think that's fine. I think where a lot of the arguments or disconnections or I was like going forward, I just know to give your takes or your ratings with a good handful of salt to the point of whether you like it really a lot or if you don't, based on that categorization of it. Because yeah, like to me, I didn't necessarily really like Multiverse of Madness, but I can see where you would like it I mean, like I did like the Wanda stuff and all that good stuff, but like it was it was just kind of
No, I
just bad.
rewatched it like a month or two ago, and it's not as good as I thought it was. But also, I'm a fan of Wanda. Like in the
Mhm,
comics and in like the MCU, I think she's one of the
mhm.
few characters that got it right. Because she is
Yeah,
fucking crazy.
yeah, yeah.
You
She
know,
she she's great.
yeah. So that's why I like that movie because they gave her just due. It made her feel powerful. That's literally really really the reason why I like it.
And honestly, Days grading it on the curve. That was the first time. I know you don't do trailers, but she was in a trailer of Doctor Strange, and that was going to be the first time we saw her since WandaVision. And WandaVision was really,
Mhm.
really, really good. So the anticipation of
Yeah, I
what
seen I
she
seen
would
Water
be.
Vision.
No, I mean, for the Multiverse of Madness, like seeing the trailer of that, knowing that she's going to be in there,
Mm.
that's where the grading on the curve for me lies in, to where I knew that we were going to get her, and I knew after
You knew
seeing the
why
end.
she is, yeah, what her motivations are and all that stuff
Well,
because you saw one of
well,
Vision.
I
Yeah.
yeah, I think you would have either knew, and I kind of forgot about this until I just rewatched all of the Spider Mans with Victoria. Like at the end of the third Spider Man. they literally showed what I consider a full trailer of Multiverse of Madness for Doctor Strange. Like that end credit scene was literally a full trailer.
Yeah.
And I totally I forgot about it until I rewatched it just now, or this past week with her, and I was like, damn, like that shit was a full like 1 minute 30 seconds of nigga Doctor Strange going through stuff, and then seeing Wanda, and then she's like, oh no, I'm not. If you're here to talk to me about uh Smallville or whatever that fucking little place is
Yeah.
called, whatever, like. I learned for that, and I grow when they were talking in the trees or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they showed the Dark Doctor Strange, and I was like, nigga, they showed nigga the octopus fight or the eyeball
They
little
did? Oh, wow.
Patrick Swimmer. Like they showed a lot of that goddamn fucking in credit scene. But yeah. I think I definitely I think we can all now have a little bit more grace with each other's takes,
Yeah.
ratings wise going forward. Because yeah, like to me, I think after Avengers 1, maybe more or less Avengers 2, Age of Ultron for sure after Thanos. There shouldn't like my whole connectivity thing with all these other heroes. You don't necessarily need to. I don't think you need any standalone movies anymore because of how everything is super connected. You already got a lot of things established on Earth, and you already established everything in space. So, nigga,
everything needs to just be an Avengers movie going forward.
Okay,
Everything needs to be an Avengers movie going forward.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So,
okay.
TV series wise as well, like you can definitely, you don't necessarily need to call it Daredevil or Punisher. You can just call it something, and you can have Daredevil and Punisher be you can still have the same story that you're telling for Daredevil and Punisher, but then just have it be under one umbrella name of something that's good, and then yeah, just tell the Daredevil story as you would, and have Frank kind of be in there every once in a while, whatever. Have Spider-Man fucking do something in one episode or one scene or whatever. Cool.
How do you? They canceled Blade. I feel terrible about that, but yeah, got another loose end after Eternals that they didn't do. But no, but I feel you where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from with things. I see where Chris sees things, and they've put you guys in a position where you have expectations because of what they've given you in the past. And
yeah, you just said it. The blade end scene, bro. Like, yes,
yeah,
you did that. You at the end of the Eternals, you did that. You sure you want to do like you gave me that. And then you give me Daredevil and Daredevil. Then you give me Wolverine and Deadpool, where you bring the original Blade out. That was a great way, if you in the multiverse and the void, to bring Mahershala out, cuz.
Yep. So it's like they have, and that's what I'm saying. And that's where I'm like, the MCU just are taking L's, or it's not as good as whatever. It's like you have these little bits and you have the idea, you're executing on some ideas, but you're just not fully committing.
Bro, you giving me Channing Tatum as Gambit before you giving me Mahershala as Blade, my nigga. Like,
that
what
nigga
you
big
doing,
ass face
bro?
fucking pressing against that helmet, nigga. That nigga go, like, nigga, if you don't take that fucking shit like, nigga, what the fuck did that nigga just say, nigga? Gambit got a phone, nigga. Like, this is
I don't like
nigga.
his accent. I don't like his. I'm not sure. Channing as Gambit, I'm not a big fan of. But hey, we're gonna get. We'll see what he does. We'll see what he does. But yeah, before we get up out of here, you guys got anything else you want to talk about? Anything else? Any points you want to make?
Let's see. Nah, I mean, yeah, I'm glad Spider-Man got his biotic or biological webs. I'm down for that. I'm down for the buffed up version. I'm down for him to try out new things with that. Maybe retiring the tech aspect of it. And that's where we can get a full-fledged, like I was saying, like an original Spider-Man. Whatever happens with that's fair. He fought the Rhino apparently in that first 10 minutes or whatever. So
we need him in Kingpin. We need him in Kingpin.
I really
that has to happen.
You need him in Kingpin.
That has to happen in the next 2 movies.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think Kingpin would be amazing after all Vincent and what he's built up in the
They need to,
Daredevil series. Um,
they need to do Kingpin a little bit better.
You,
I need that
you
nigga to be. I like the actor. I think the
okay?
actor looks perfect for the role. He just needs to be
Stronger.
nigga as big as the Hulk, like big. That nigga needs to be like big, like yeah.
But you don't
Okay.
you don't
So
think
so
that
Kingpin.
you
he
don't think
hasn't
that's
seen
gonna
season 2 though. He hasn't seen season 2. He hasn't seen
okay.
season
I haven't
2.
seen the of Kingpin that I've seen was the first episode. I think so I seen all of Hawkeye, that shit, and then I seen the first episode of Punisher because I was like, nigga, if that's the way
Wait a minute,
Kingpin dies, nigga, I actually might go.
time out. You have not watched Daredevil?
Not season 2 of Daredevil,
No, wait. Daredevil with the
or
Netflix
is it season
series.
3?
The Netflix.
The
No, they
Netflix
have a
series
Disney.
1, 2, and 3. Did you see those? The Netflix 1, 2, and 3.
I haven't seen 2 or 3 of Daredevil.
And then you haven't seen Born Again either. Because right now,
What is Born Again?
there's like 5
Okay,
seasons.
okay,
There's
No,
5
the only thing,
seasons.
yeah, here. Wait, let me put it into perspective. The only thing I've seen TV series wise was WandaVision,
Okay, yeah, he hasn't
uh,
seen it.
Daredevil, season 1, um,
So you know the
Uh,
Matt Murdock in the Spider-Man is the Matt Murdock of the. So you watch Born Again,
no, yeah, well, yeah, the episode, yeah, the first
the
season.
one on Disney Plus.
I don't know if you watched Born Again
Yeah.
season 1 or
Okay,
Daredevil
yes, he
season 1.
said he said Born Again season 1
No,
on Disney Plus.
But they're
Yeah,
they're
not
both
on
on
Netflix.
Disney
everyone's
Plus.
on Disney Plus.
They're both on Disney Plus now because they took it.
Okay, so whatever the actor that was in Spider-Man, I seen that one.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
If
he's
those
the
are
main
two different
actor.
ones.
He's Daredevil. They're not different. They're not different.
Oh, they're
What
not
happened-
different.
Let me explain
Okay.
it to you. Netflix had the first seasons of Daredevil back in the day. Then they canceled all the Marvel Netflix properties. Then they brought them all over to their Disney Plus, so they're there. And then they rebooted Daredevil. So Daredevil has 3 seasons that were on Netflix that they moved over to Disney Plus, and all the Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, Defenders are all on Disney Plus. They haven't
Defenders.
been touched for years. Then a couple of years ago, they rebooted Daredevil. And Born Again is the first season of Daredevil on Disney Plus,
Mm,
but that continues
Okay.
from the 3 seasons previously on Netflix.
okay.
And then season 2 of
Okay.
Born Again is continuation of that. So that's why it's a little bit
Gotcha.
confusing. I'm not sure if you watched season 1 of Born
Okay.
Again on Disney Plus or season 1 of regular Daredevil on Disney Plus.
I see.
What happened?
Then to that point, yeah, I got no idea what the fuck I watched then. I don't know which I don't know which one I watched it because now I'll actually look for that Born Again version and see if
Yeah.
that's the one that I watched or at least
Was
you know,
it?
I
Did
can,
you
I can,
did you see
I
his
can admit-
origin?
Yeah,
Okay, if
Yeah.
you saw his origin, that's probably the first Daredevil season. And,
the first shit.
and
Right.
nobody
Yeah.
died in the
Okay,
first
so that-
scene.
No.
Okay,
I
all
mean, yeah,
All right,
yeah,
cool.
Okay.
it was just kind of like
Go
whatever.
watch
So-
Daredevil
Yeah,
season 2.
yeah,
Born Again.
go- yeah,
Right, that's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, to the point of Kingpin. Yeah, like I said, I watched Hawkeye, and then everything that happened with that, and then that's where I was fucking
Yeah,
up.
you
like,
kind of jumped in the middle of
yeah.
Hawkeye of
Well, like,
Kingpin's
I
journey.
didn't-
Yeah, accidentally.
yeah, I mean that's fine, but even just him being able to get his ass whooped by a fucking bitch ass bitch with some fucking shock darts and shit, like why was she fucking shot that nigga in the chest and that nigga said Huss! I was like, oh, that's the Kingpin I'm talking about. That's the Kingpin I'm talking about. And then that nigga gets fucking mollywopped. I'm like, oh hell no, that nigga's a bitch ass nigga.
Keep watching.
I mean, one punch.
Keep watching.
From,
Oh my God, Daredevil's. Okay, you
Okay,
saw
yeah.
like pretty much the worst
I-
representation of Kingpin in the entire MCU. That moment, like literally, that's all you've seen of Kingpin, and it's a shame
That's fair.
because
That's fair.
there's so many cool moments.
That's fair.
but
That's
yeah,
fair.
Kingpin and
Yeah, so,
Spider-Man
I
will
mean,
really be
yeah.
don't. Yeah, they'll be families.
Yeah. He needs to definitely be bigger than the Lizard in Amazing Spider-Man 1, like
No, it's not gonna happen.
tall. Like I'd say he can be tall. He can be as tall as that, but he definitely needs to be fucking wide. And yeah,
Yeah,
like you said,
yeah.
yeah, it's not gonna happen. But
I don't think that's gonna
that's what I
happen. But
need out of
the Kingpin, though, what's cool
Kingpin.
about him is that he's a psychological threat to Spider-Man more than anything.
Yeah.
That yeah,
Oh
and
yeah.
don't get me
No,
wrong, he could fight too.
he always is.
Yeah, so he kind
Yeah.
of he's kind of like the Joker, and not like the Joker, but you know what I mean. Like he's more of a psychological threat
Yeah.
and how he moves, and he's very political too. So he has connections in how he moves.
Yeah. And,
Yeah, I think I think that's how they're
that's
gonna
the
approach it.
similar to Frank in terms of him not being just arrested right away or anything. Like he has a lot. Kingpin has a lot of fail safes to get him out of situations where
Facts.
Spider-Man knows he's corrupt, but he has to just like leave him because he can't really do anything about it. And that's what I like about Kingpin. But then when Spider-Man needs some answers, they're gonna have a quick little tuffle, and it seems like Kingpin can actually get the upper hand because of fucking this nigga's fucking 7 foot fucking goddamn bald head, fucking big ass fucking Hulk looking ass, yeah, nigga.
The way
So,
Spider-Man leveled up in
uh,
this Spider-Man and how strong he is, I don't think Kingpin could take him. Put it that way. The one that's in the MCU right now, I don't think he
and
could take
and
him.
and, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's definitely not going to be able to deal with. I mean, Kingpin as a whole shouldn't necessarily be able to beat Spider-Man on a one-on-one, like strength versus strength wise, whether it's arachnid or just human strength. But it should at least be like a good tussle before
Okay.
Spider-Man's able
But
to
him
just
as
win
base
in terms of just
Spider-Man, maybe a good tussle. Him as Arachnus, powered.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, hell no.
I think hell no, it's not even close. But him with
Yeah.
but if you keep watching Kingpin, he does have some moments where you're like, okay, he's not just a regular man like in these comics,
Mhm.
where he does some things that are a little bit crazy. So keep watching the
Okay.
Daredevil stuff. You're gonna, I think you might like the Daredevil stuff. If you don't, it's probably because I know I'm just watching. I'm not gonna say nothing. I liked it. I loved
Fair
it. I
enough.
loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, I definitely had to. After that Hawkeye scene, I definitely had to make sure that that nigga was still around. And that's why I watched Punisher episode 1. I was like, nigga, if this nigga dies to that shit, because then he died to fucking Maya. I was like, oh, who the fuck is this fucking
Echo.
wannabe Daredevil fucking
Yo,
reverse
I don't
fucking
know
yeah bitch like
why they did that. I don't know why they did that.
nigga
I never
that shit
heard
was
of Echo
ass.
until that.
She was ass. Nigga, she's not she still doesn't exist. To this day, nigga, even after her fucking debut, she still doesn't fucking exist. That fucking
I don't
mute
know
bitch.
what was that.
Death bitch, I mean. Man. God damn it. Fucking
Yo,
stay, nigga, stay
but
fucking piece
the
of
thing, you know what's funny? I think even worse than that is Secret Invasion, because I hate when they take things that are good and
super
make it
worse.
bad. That's
Super
worse.
worse.
That's worse than anything. When you take like if you bring a character I don't know and you do bad with the character I don't care about or know, I don't care. But when you take characters
Mm,
that I love, like Nick Fury and Rhodey, and different characters that should have a place, and then Super Scroll, and you butcher that, I can't. It's unforgivable, man. And they took a whole like event in the comics because like Secret
mm.
Invasion is a Infinity War, Secret Wars type of event, and they threw
Civil
it in a
War, yeah.
TV
The whole
series
thing.
and ruined it. Shit, I don't know, man. Let me see something.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that shit was definitely booty ass. That shit got
It was
low marks
trash.
on
Yeah.
all of my fucking categories.
Every single one. Every single one.
every single one. That shit was that shit
Yeah.
was a flop. But but yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that's why you just give me the white Nick Fury now. Just call it a day and fucking give me eye
Give
patch
me
nigga
the
back and all that
white.
shit. That nigga had that hat on, nigga, all fucking season. That nigga's head
That
was
little
cold, nigga,
beanie.
all season. That nigga took off the beanie at the end, put on the suit, looked all nice, and then Nick Fury, then that nigga put back on the beanie. Nigga, if you don't keep that shit off for the fucking acting of it, nigga, you fucking actor piece of shit. You don't fucking figure some shit out. Yeah, that shit was
The whole
insane.
and then the whole eye thing, the cat, like they treated uh Nick Fury so poorly, man. Nick Fury actually has a group in the comics called forget, but he puts these kids through hell. He don't tell them shit. Go out there, do this. Go out there, do that. And he's doing that to test them to make them do go better. But he doesn't tell them the full story. And eventually,
Mm.
they do get stronger and they do get better. And at the end, it ends up being like they were working with like a robot version of him the entire time. Like he plays a lot of mind games with people, like on some thinking that people think he's dead and he's not. Like there's so many times that he's
Right.
done that in the comics, like where I would love to see a fully formed Nick Fury playing those games because he ain't nothing to fuck with, bro. Like he has a lot of presence in the comics for sure. But yeah, man, I'm glad we got your takes on Spider-Man and your takes on how you view and rate movies, guys. If you are watching here, because I saw we have some people watching, it was two, now it was one still with us. Please check out DT TCU, DZ,
Yep.
excuse me,
Yep.
DZ TCU. I'm gonna put that in the chat in the description because he's gonna give you even more reviews and more takes on all these TV series as he catches up. Definitely do something with
Yep.
Daredevil. I would love to see some content around Daredevil as you watch it. Yeah,
Bet. I can do that.
yeah,
I can do that for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit more of a you know, segment on just spoilers on Spider-Man and whatnot, but definitely either using some of these clips from this stream as well, just kind of getting your
yeah,
guys'
for
takes.
sure.
So yeah, to the same point, that shit was dope. Um, yeah, I think we can develop even like offline or whatever, like what key points we're looking for movies, and so we can like make sure we're hitting those key points as we're kind of having these discussions, because that would be a little bit that's a little bit more of the
Yeah,
arguments
yeah.
or the the thing is
Just
like, nigga, you said, nigga, this is what you like, nigga, but nigga, that's not what this shit is. That would
yeah,
be a little bit more interesting than yeah
yeah,
anything else. So
for
I'm
sure. I
glad
think
we were
this
able
is
to
a
kind of
this
provide
is a
those.
great start to a recurrent pod where we can really kind of hone in because I think we do have three reviews on the movies, but at the same time, I do think that I'm very different than both of you two. I think you guys are more alike in how you see superhero movies than me, but I do think
Mm,
that the perspectives, honestly, if they listen, they can get some really good shit from what we just said on this pod. And what we're going for. We
mm,
want continuity. From what I'm taking from it, we want continuity for one. We want really
mm,
good comic book storytelling that keeps it decently compared to the comics, where it doesn't have to be exactly, but you didn't not going completely off base with the characters. And I know that I'm all guy for a stickler for character development and seeing it and keeping it, and then you guys also keeping it connected, like constantly within the MCU. If you give us those three things, you can't really miss. You can't really miss. If there's continuity,
So can
good
I?
character
So can I
development.
ask? Can I ask you? Was there good character development with Jean Grey? Even though you didn't like it, was it good character development at least?
Yes, yes. I do think that her with that scene was her and like going into Peter's mind and taking his place and sitting down with his aunt. It gave her like almost like a mother figure that she never had to explain to her, what it means to be somebody who's different and with powers. From his perspective, and it got her to understand him in a way of like why he is, doing what he fighting, and then I'm not sure how I feel about Frank Castle crying, but the fact that he did at the beginning of the show, a movie, he said like, I'm gonna do things my way, and he's trying to tell him, hey, go get out of here, like, we're not doing it your way, like, and then later on, he's like, yo, there's a force field going on, like, we gotta stop her. I'm gonna do it my way, and he takes a shot, and him doing it his way almost kills somebody that he really truly cared about, somebody who saved his life in the past. So like those little things I pay attention to, where his development, where I haven't seen him like really shed much tears in this MCU. So for that moment to be it, I felt kind of weird if that's the moment. But apparently they're probably a little bit more closer than we thought because he saved his life over the past 4 years, or whatever. They've known each other, they've seen each other, I guess. But that, yeah. So Jean Grey, though, to your point, to your question, I mean, yeah, I saw character development. Even though, like I said, I think there's places to go with him for sure. So I'm not like it wasn't like I fly it's an 8 for me. It's not like oh that shit was a 6 or 5 or 4. No, it was a really good movie, even with the Jean Grey being the major villain, the major antagonist. If you don't want to say villain, I'm going to give it what see it for what it is and embrace the story they told.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I mean, the only thing, like, kind of how I said, like, 9 to 9.5, depending on what they do with Gene or what have you. Like, would you give a higher rating as well if in the later Punisher TV series or whatever, like Spider-Man was in it and they actually showed those scenes where he's actually becoming a little bit more of not necessarily a hero, but like changing his fucking killer mentality, fucking killing everything that he sees or whatever that is in his way because of Spider-Man's actions and whatnot. Would you like kind of see that development and even to the
Um,
point of him saving, like would that also impact this movie's rating as well or not? Not necessarily.
I don't think so. But I will just have to look at that series for what it was, in a sense, and
Mm,
kind of like just rate from that point of view of what's the purpose of this piece of body of work. For the body of work they gave me, I think it's a good 8. Yeah, 8 or 8.5 maybe. If I'm gonna give it that, because the more I think about it, the more I do. I can't like the Hulk and Jean Grey things they chose to do are majority the reason why I'm taking it down a notch, and the lack of the
okay.
symbiote continuity. That not granted that's an extra thing. That's not like that's like a nitpick thing. But the movie itself was a really solid movie, and so much so that I watched it again on Twitter. So, like it was good. And then the action obviously was fantastic. The camera angles fantastic. So I really was impressed with the fight scenes and all that stuff. But I'll be honest with you, man. Like the villain thing just really does get to me, bro. It does take it down a notch because if you're telling me that Jean Grey is not the villain, then there is no villain in this movie. Damage Control can be seen as a villain, but they're not a villain to Spider-Man, and it's a Spider-Man movie. They're kind of a villain adjacent to Jean Grey, So that's where I'm like, the antagonist to Spider-Man is primarily Jean Grey, and I don't like that choice. I just don't like that choice. But for what it is, I do think that there's development there with her. I see her in the bus. She's probably taking a bus to Westchester where I don't know if there's an X Mansion, but well, I don't know. We'll see. But
Yeah.
but yeah, she's like because I see trees, and when you leave the city, all you see around me is trees. Where I'm upstate New York too. So that's what I saw when I saw Jean Grey. I saw mad trees when she's on that bus, and where I'm at, there's mad trees around us. So that's definitely upstate New York. That's what I saw.
Nigga, she going to your house, nigga. Hey, hold on.
Don't come
When
here.
Mike
I don't
control
play.
your ass,
I
you
don't play
better
that shit. I don't play that shit. Listen,
Good.
She
I'm gonna handle it the Frank Castle way. I'm handling.
Okay.
nigga, she can read your mind, nigga. She can read your mind, nigga.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah, just
That's a
Jean
danger.
Grey, man. Shit, like yeah, I'm a X-Men junkie, bro. Like it just, I'm never, until I see the X-Men movie, maybe I'll get over it. But until that movie comes, I'm
Mm,
going to feel some type of way about her in this movie. I will. It's not the Jean Grey I know. It's not the Jean Grey I know. But yeah, we'll see how it pans out. But it wasn't like it ruined the whole experience for me. I still enjoyed it.
yeah. Any last remarks from you too, Chris?
Oh man, I think to Chidi's point, um, character development was really big in this particular movie. I was very impressed with how Tom Holland's character was able to grow, and like I said, I think at the beginning of this podcast, where I believe him working with Christopher Nolan, uh, he was able to bring some of that back to Marvel. So I like the development of the character. I like the development of the production. Um, I think with all said and done, the reset, meaning the ending of this phase, will be amazing. I truly believe that by the time, because they're also giving us an end games alternate version in September, and then after that we get Vision Quest, which I'm very excited for. So like they have things available for me that still keeps me in tuned and attached. I know what ifs aren't really kind of canon to the MCU, but if you pay attention to what ifs, a lot of things happen in the MCU through that. So, even with their animation series, I'm very excited and happy. So, um, when I asked Daze what was his rating, and he gave me a 9.2, and I gave it a 10, I'm like, oh shit, the critic like it, how I like it, boy. I
Yeah, it was good, man. It
For
was
real.
good, man. I was really excited going into the movie. It paid off for sure. It paid off for sure. Before we get up out of here, we got two more Spider-Man movies. Hopefully, we get Kingpin. Hopefully, we get some Black Cat. We still haven't seen Harry. Not sure if he exists in this world. Um, I
Fuck
would
Harry.
love, I would love Carnage. That's like one of my favorite Spider-Man villains. He's crazy. But we have to get to a point really to the future, and that means Miles. So we'll hopefully come get that one day too, live action.
Yep. Live action for it. I feel like they definitely tried to tease like three different kids in this movie. That was one thing that I forgot to mention. Where I think none of them were actually.
Yeah, I know,
They
right?
were like, "Hey, a black kid. Hey, he saved the black kid here. It could be him. It could be him." So, I think it's more like just like funny ass little shit. But yeah, I can't really put my finger on it. Um, but to the same point, like I don't even think
That's a while now.
I mean, yeah, like for Spider-Man to be a role model for Miles, I don't think this Spider-Man quite yet has
The
that
tools.
like yeah, he doesn't have experience right now. He just had his 4-year time skip, and I don't want to say that that's that now. I want to actually see him kind of do his thing for a while, and then um, I was even telling Victoria like I don't want Spider-Man to be. He was like, a little bit older in this one where he was, nigga, my back gotta stretch a little bit. Like, okay, like nigga, you don't need to be doing any of that shit right now, nigga. You're still young, like
Yeah,
nigga.
you just got to upgrade, bro.
Yeah. So
bro,
I don't need.
I don't need that. But I ain't gonna hold you. He 30 in real life. So he might have said that shit on set and they just kept it, nigga, honestly.
Yeah.
Starts hitting you at 30.
He been doing Spider-Man since he's 19, nigga. Like, I ain't gonna hold you. He might be hurting.
He's been doing it since he
He's
was 19 for real.
yeah.
That's wild.
Backflips and
Time
gymnastics. Yeah.
flies.
Excuse me.
That's
Shit.
crazy. Wow.
Um.
Shout out to Tom
Yeah.
Holland, man.
Shout out that nigga. That nigga's doing it. He's probably the best. Other than Tony right now. Portraying his character for his role or his actor or whatever. Like I think
Yeah.
it's pretty 1-to-1. Pretty 1-to-1. I'd say.
Yeah. Because I think everybody else can
Well, it's
do a little
Deadpool
bit
too.
better.
Mm.
You-
Mm.
okay, yeah.
Wolverine, Deadpool.
Sure.
I'll throw
Yeah,
Thor in there sometimes.
Ryan Winters can't play nobody else. You're right. I can't see him playing not another thing else, nigga.
Yeah. Yeah, Captain Marvel, her old ass is needing to sit down soon, and it's unfortunate that I'm not gonna get the black suit, Captain Marvel, but yeah, that's just the way the dice rolls. But Spider-Man is doing good.
Everybody had a black suit in the comics, bro.
I'll send you what Captain Marvel originally looked like,
Yeah.
and you'll know why they chose not to do that one.
That's when she was just Miss Marvel on this bitch. She just, yeah, a little mask, blonde hair.
Wait, but wasn't Jean
leotard.
Grey Miss Marvel?
Jean Grey
Let
was
me
a
send you this
Marvel
right
girl.
now.
Oh, Marvel Girl. Okay, Marvel Girl.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, they
There's a lot I want to see
yeah.
with Captain Marvel.
If
Captain Marvel.
if they give me this suit, they're doing it right. Mm,
Maybe we get
You
Civil
doing
War
it right
2
by their
though.
character.
You put in the Discord chat.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, right here.
But yeah, I mean, we got so much
But
to clip up on this pod because we had a really great conversation, man. We are
Yeah.
we are going to 4 hours. We are beyond 4 hours now. This is crazy. Did not know this was gonna happen. Uh,
yeah, hey,
I mean,
that's
you
what
get
real
the
niggas get
band back.
together for
I was
real.
about to say, you get the band back
Right.
together, nigga. The crowd starts saying encore, and you just keep jamming, man.
fight forever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for real.
Nah, once we get into a debate, we gotta finish it off. That's just the
Mm,
rules. We
mm,
weren't at you don't
That's
know
why.
Galactus,
That's why
but
I don't want to get into debates. Cause I'm like, all right, I got your opinion. I hear you. I don't agree. I'm not gonna say I don't agree. Just keep it going.
I mean at the end
I,
you kind of I
I was
know
forced to. I
you,
was forced to.
no, I mean antagonist is not a villain. And you saying that she was the main villain in the story. She was the
Tomato,
main
tomato.
antagonist. No.
I don't mean being your guys' your buffer to kind of try to see what your guys' 2 points are and try to have some type of fucking
That's why you're in the middle, bro.
agree to disagree. Yeah, right. Right.
Yeah, yeah.
No, for real. So yeah, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. That is totally fair. All right, I think this is the last one here. Yeah. But yeah, no, I
Yeah,
appreciate you guys'
y'all
time.
eating, man. I need to go get something to eat too, man. Yeah, I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you.
Excuse me. Yeah, no, we'll
Okay.
definitely reconnect.
Most
All
definitely.
right, before I go out of here, I'm just gonna say this: morality versus Roe. So I hear you on that. But an antagonist is a character or external force, nature, system that blocks a
You looked it
protagonist
up.
from reaching a goal, creating a core conflict. A villain, an immoral, wicked, or malicious character who commits harmful acts regardless of whether they actively drive the main plot conflict. I'm saying, no, shit.
Hey,
Hey,
how funny for real.
He just
Sorry, look at
explained
it. Look.
exactly what I said. Thank you very much.
every
With that being said, we are going
every
home.
every
See y'all
story
later.
with a plot requires an antagonistic force to
Thank
generate obstacles,
Duh.
but not need a villain. So
But she's both. Thank you very much. He just explained
no,
it. Debate settled.
it wasn't. Hold on, it wasn't
This is.
immoral.
Oh
It
my
wasn't
God.
wicked.
Are you
It
kidding
wasn't
me?
malicious.
She threw a nigga in front of a car.
He did it. She jumped out his body already.
Yeah, I want to strangle you, bro. Get the fuck out of my face with this shit.
She jumped out his body already, nigga.
It's time for me to
That
play
being
some
said,
Marvel Rivals.
yeah,
Marvel
yeah,
Rivals.
all is love. Everything is everything. We'll see y'all when we see y'all. Listen, it's been real. Thank you, Daze, for being here for us. We definitely got to do this again.
No
Jean Grey was a
problem.
motherfucking villain, and we will see y'all Monday. Peace out.
And Thunderbolt his ass. All right, peace out.